Sorry, I was miles away and I was partly on mute, so forgive me. Welcome to this evening. We are hopefully, ready for a bit of fun. Well, fun might not be the right word for it. So, let's start with where we left off. So, we had... I just realised I didn't update all my things. So, we are on triangle 27. Let's kind of update. There you go. Updated the title. Guess, well, that's a thing. Right. This is where we left ourselves off yesterday. For we had done stellar work. And now we get to turn the pillow and sigh because, well, that's how this goes. Now, I don't want this here. I need a couple of you bobbins because you're the first chunk out the way. I kind of want to push them down, but pushing them down's not going to help. So let's lift you out of there and get this pin out of that. And slide this cloth out because, well, now we've done half. We want it covering the whole half. Hey, Fleece and V, how you doing? I'm just trying to set up a bit for my next triangle. We finished our triangle yesterday, which was slightly ahead of schedule, because normally we work on the theory of one triangle a week. So, well, that's a good thing. I understand the exhausting. I spent most of it asleep. I got up late, and then I slept some more. So, I very much understand the exhausting. I obviously had overdone it at some point and needed to catch up. Now, normally I flip bobbins, but because I've got all these pins here, I can't do that. Now I need a poking device to extract this thread out from the pins, because, well, that's just the thing. What to do with all the bobbins? This is where complications. Now, because basically all these bobbins here in this kind of section, probably should be a little bit further up. These bobbins here are kind of surplus to requirement at the beginning. However, twisting them all around the back here is hi. I do thank you again for the raid of yesterday, 3 days ago, whenever it was. Well, it feels like yesterday. My week does that. My days blur substantially into each other, but I do thank you for the raid. Now, trying to untangle these bobbins, because bobbins love to tangle, and you have decided that tangling is your raison d'etre, and I disagree. So, thank you. It is difficult. I don't tend to have too many viewers. Now, there is good points and bad points to that, let's truly be honest. But, I mean, to be honest, I would be honest in that I don't think a lot of people who watch my stream are necessarily lace fans in the sense of they're not lace-making people per se. So, for example, if we pick on Fleece and V, because they're here, they knit. But they come along and they watch and they kind of do their thing alongside, and And I enjoy that. Having a crafting evening with Liz is very much the done thing. So I don't. I mean, I'm not a lace person, as in I don't use lace. So this hobby really is quite stupid, really. But well, it's a good example after all. So it's not like I'm using you as an example for bad. But it is one of those weird things. Is that I don't know anyone else who makes lace, not in person anyway. Obviously, there's. So do I. Now, I tend to do things in chunks. Ouch! Just stabbed myself. One of. No, there isn't. I mean, there are. I think there are more than we kind of think, but at the same time, because everyone who does it has, like 3 viewers kind of thing, it's hard for people to feel like there's many because, well, no one goes there, no one knows. So, for example, Silver of Dragon, who is an awesome person, and they do lace making. However, they also do quite a bit of game playing. So there's a good chance that Silver of Dragon could be streaming, but it might not be lace making. Now, they only really seem to do lace making as part of their stream. Sorry, I don't think I've ever seen them do a different craft. I do lots of different crafts. I do weaving, spinning, knitting, crochet. I've done some cross stitch. I can sew. I can technically embroider. I can do corn dolly making. I can do a number of things. But the problem. However, this project is not for the faint of heart. I've worked out that this particular curtain is liable to take me at approximately, 1 triangle a week, the best part of 18 months. So it's going to be a long time. And if I do too many other projects alongside it, well, then this isn't getting done now, is it? Because we only have so many hours in a day. Now, I'm also late to the party on knitting a beekeeper's quilt, the puffy hexagon job. And, well, it's not quite true. I did start it at the time when it was all really hyper popular. And somehow, there are some other hexagons. Don't know what they are. So I started again. Because I can do that during the day, maybe when I'm in a meeting, because I work from home, and all of those kind of moments. However, I don't do this off stream. I will do other lace making things off stream. So we've had a few diversions. We've made some bookmarks. We've tried different types of lace. And with that in mind, they are not a 100% on stream project. The main reason I'm doing these streams is to document me doing this. I'm arguably not doing it to stream it. I'm streaming it because I want to document what I've done. And well, so if people come, people come. If people don't come, people don't come. Now, this. Well, thank you. And one of the things that, like tonight can often be a hard. Well, you see, one of the biggest problems I have is, like tonight, it's already 10 p.m. for me. I am starting the stream at 10 p.m. Now, I was kind of in the mood to start doing this earlier, but I also wanted to do the late night stream. Now, if I'd done it earlier, I might not be in the mood. We see, this is part of the reason I'm doing a late one, is so that people nearer you than nearer me have got a chance to come at not like 9 o'clock in the morning, right? Because, I mean, for example, on Fridays, I start at 2 p.m. my time, which is going to be 10 a.m. for you. And, you know, if I start at 2 p.m. my time, so it's 3 p.m. for Flus and Vade, possibly a great time for them, unless they're at work, of course. But people like you, it's 10 in the morning. Well, you know, at the weekend, maybe some people aren't even up yet. It's, you know, and so if I, like this morning at 10 o'clock, when I was thinking I could really do some lace making right about now, I'm really in the mood, well, who's going to be awake with me, right? And so I've tried to, on yesterday and today, well, exactly. It's the weekend and it's the one chance, you know, us workers get to stay in bed a bit longer. And if you don't take it, well, it's missed opportunity. Now, so hence I've tried over the Friday and the Saturday streams to cover a lot more time zone. So during my working week, obviously I have to do it at a time that is 100% suitable to me. Screw all of you, I have to do it at a time that's suitable for me. And that generally works out as somewhere between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. start, depending on how hungry I am and how my day went. And, you know, more often than not, it's nearer 7 p.m. because by that time I've had food and done all of those kind of moments. And I'm going to work at a bit of an angle to counteract them over there. So worry not, right? Now, with that being said, I then come to Saturday, where I do this stream, almost like the polar opposite, almost like, you know, with any luck, if you know, with you know, all being well in the world, I might stay streaming till 2, which means that I finish almost 12 hours out from when I started yesterday. In terms of round the clock. So this then gives, as I said, more people that chance to come see. Now, I don't expect too many people to come see. It is kind of a niche hobby. And I think from, you know, well, I'm really small, but I have given it a bit of thought because I'm single. I can do them what the hell I like, frankly. If I wanted to stay in bed till 4 o'clock this afternoon and get up and do a whole night stream, I could have done. I really could. I'm not sure the dogs would appreciate it because they need to go out every so often. But, you know, nothing technically stops me from doing that. And so I thought it would be a good habit to be in is... Well, it gives people, if nothing else, a once a week chance to see it at a time that is more suitable to themselves. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that they necessarily actually come, of course. And why does this feel like I've screwed it up? Because I don't need to go there yet. It's because I'm working at an angle, it feels odd. So, you know, like everything... I'm trying to also vary what I do because, well, I'm making 72 identical frigging triangles. It is the same shit week after week, frankly. If you saw one week, you probably saw the next week, you know? It's... So I do appreciate that, to a large extent, it's not going to be the most fascinating viewing either. I need to make bobbins longer. That's what I need to do. Because I really do need it to be facing this way, my brain. Well, and to be honest, that's fine. Black magic and voodoo is definitely, you know, an in thing. I saw today... Oh my dear frigging God. Now, I saw something that my brain went, oh my God, that would be so perfect. Now, as we all know, I know that this is not going to be a great net curtain, for it will look like squares that have been joined together. I'm aware of this. But it was the best my brain could offer me at the time, knowing that I suffer from bobbin phobia, because this already to me is kind of making me itch and paranoid, because, you know, when Rory hit the pillow the other day and made them all jiggle, that was not funny. You know, this already is a lot of bobbins. But this realistically only covers this distance here, which is a matter of a handful of centimetres. If I was to try and do said work in one piece, dear God almighty, I can't do that. I think my brain would explode. There would be too many bobbins. Even if I could, you know, I've got a pillow that it would fit on. Don't get me wrong, I do own a pillow that it would fit on. It's a round one, but that's not the point. And putting a camera on that would be really difficult, because of course the lace would be more facing me and harder to show you. But, you know, I'm sure there's something I could manage. Well, and this becomes, I mean, it's a bit like weaving. I could talk to you about my draw loom, and even to some weavers, this just makes their brain hurt. It really does. So my draw loom obviously doesn't have shafts. Well, it does have shafts like a normal loom, but it has extra shafts that allow you to do funky cool shit. And basically, if I put everything on my loom, and I mean everything, I arguably have a string per warp thread, for which, you know, you can have many, many, many of those. And I can control each one individually, or in groups, or both, or not. And but if I ignore the unit pulls, so if I just go by shafts alone, I have 50 pattern shafts, and I have, well, up to 10 ground shafts. This gives me the opportunity to effectively make a 500 shaft loom in terms of output, because, well, it does, and, well, clearly that's quite a lot. And so you kind of, you know, you have to have this kind of, but if that doesn't mean anything to you, it's not surprising if you're not a weaver. That wouldn't mean much to anybody other than a weaver. And so, like doing this, there are lots of crafts where, you know, unless it's your craft, or a craft you've done, you know, even if you were shit at it, it's hard sometimes to relate, and it does look like voodoo, because the draw loom stuff really blows a lot of people's minds upset. And you know, their brain just melts generally and wibbles at the side of the room. And that's fine. That really is. You know, if we were all good at the same things, the world would be a really dull place, right? Now, my brain loves infinitely complicated, which is why I bought my draw loom, because, well, you know, I want to be able to do absolutely anything I really, really want. And I can now. But I currently want to make lace things. So I'm making lace things. I don't have... I can bob, because I used to do bell ringing too. I know what a bob is. Right. Sorry. I know how to bob in Stedman and Granser, so there you go. Right. But it is one of those things, is that the crafting world, because there are so many crafts and so many of them are different, unlike, you know, the likes of Amazon, where you search for knitting and it shows you crochet, and you search for crochet and it shows you knitting, and, you know, it's kind of not the same stuff. Thank you, Mr. Amazon. Can we not? And with all that in mind, it is difficult sometimes to overly relate to another craft. But sometimes it's interesting to see how things were done. Now, I'm an old fart, but I find, I wish I'd known this when I was a child, I find understanding and learning something, I don't necessarily have to do it, but understanding and watching it and getting a bit of a grip of to how things work and, why people do this and what you'd use it for and all of these kind of things, I really enjoy. Didn't as a child, I absolutely hated it. School was my nemesis was school. Because, of course, they hadn't worked out I was dyslexic, so they just kept telling me I hadn't tried. And, of course, I was trying. I just kept putting capital letters in things, couldn't spell the same word more than... if there were any decent-sized words on my work, I'd spelt it 12 different frigging times on the same page. And they all just thought I was lazy, and all my school reports were, Liz doesn't try hard enough, bloody, bloody, blah. And the answer was, Liz was trying hard enough. Thanks very much. The problem was you hadn't taken it because, I won't say dyslexia is a recent thing, but it's more looked for these days. But there are more excuses made if you have it. And to be honest, as an old fart, I find some of it a little bit much. So, for example, when I took my exams, so let's call them the 16, 16, the exams you take when you're 16, so the end of high school, there were no concessions because I was dyslexic, because of course they hadn't worked it out by then, but even if you had, there were no concessions. If the exam was 90 minutes, write an essay, well, 90 minutes, write an essay, off you go, love. It almost wasn't taken into account because... well, if you can't spell your own name, well, clearly you're a bit stupid, so you didn't get a good grade. These days, that's not the case. These days, they have people who will read you the questions, people who will write down the answers on your behalf. Now, of course, if you've got someone writing it on your behalf, well, then you're down to their spelling and their punctuation, surely. But, if you're dyslexic, you get extra time, you get people to read it for you, people to write it for you. Kids are given computers for it. And you're sitting there going, well, I get that, but it seems a little bit odd that, if you're trying to judge how well the child has learnt, you're not really judging the child if all they really do is sit and chat with someone. It's not quite the same deal. You're not checking the same thing that you'd be checking if they have to write it down. Because, let's for the sake of the argument, most of us here in the UK are persuaded to, well, we're not persuaded, is not really the right word, but, made, that's probably the best word, made to learn a second language when you're in secondary school. And you start off with French, usually, and then later you can have usually it's a choice of Spanish, German, French, anyway. So, let's say you can speak it, but you can't write a word of it, you can't read a word of it. Well, this is kind of where I'm getting to, because, well, if, for example, you're dyslexic, and you go into your German exam, and the person reads the question, let's say it's the listen and learn one, where they play you a tape, and... they play it a couple of times, and then you sit down to answer questions like, so at what time did Billy catch the aeroplane, or whatever, right? Well, if you've now got someone asking you the questions, and someone else writing the answers, but you can't personally write a word of it because you never got that far, or you never... because... let's face it, for example, I did German. Der, die and das. When you speak them quickly, it is unclear which you used. And in fact, the Germans are generally forgiving if you get the wrong gender, frankly. I don't think, while they have 3 of them, I don't think they're actually overly that fussed if you use the wrong one. I don't think they'll come for you and, take you out at dawn and shoot you. So it's whereas the French can get really offended by it, for example. So, if you've then got someone else writing it, well, my German is pretty piss poor, and my pronunciation probably even worse, right? You know, but if me as a British speaking person sit there and explain to, I remember my oral exam, for example, so I had to speak in German, and I was asked to describe my bedroom. Now, we hadn't really covered house contents as part of our German learning. We had done the, kind of weather, locations, general talking about, the usual kind of going to a hotel, the kind of shit you'd need as a tourist kind of deal. We'd covered Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte, the best thing in the entire universe. And for those who didn't know, that's Black Forest Gatto. For which, no matter what the British and the Germans may have ever had as a disagreement, surely just send us a shitload of that and we'll have shut up, because damn, you lot make good cakes, right? The Germans do make mighty fine cake, and so I'm sorry, but, perhaps if you'd sent that over rather than planes, the war would have finished a lot quicker. But you find yourself sitting there going, if I do not have to spell out every word I want them to write down, well, I can say Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte. It doesn't mean to say I can spell it. Yeah, but if I'm supposed to be writing that down and someone else writes it down for me and I've said it, well, they're going to write down the right word now, aren't they? What if I can't spell that? I mean, I come across it in English because, of course, being dyslexic, there are words I can use, but I tend to use words I can spell. So I've had comments in the past, not necessarily on stream, but comments in the past from people saying, you don't sound very educated. Well, I'm not. But you also don't sound very intelligent. Oh, honey, that is so not true. I have an exceptionally high IQ. The problem is I can't spell half the words I want to use. So I don't use them. Because my English classes were so busy trying to get me to actually put words on a piece of paper in the right order and all the rest of it. I was in the cat sat on the mat class. Well, as a result of that, my written English is terrible. So that's how I speak, and that's how I write. I write exactly the same way that I speak. Because, well, it's the only way I know how. And so, one of the key things that was always impressed upon us as a child was, as long as you can be understood, you've achieved your point. The fundamental grammatical part of it is not true. Now, I was the first year of GCSEs, which are the current reigning exam qualifications in the UK. However, they have changed one heck of a lot since when I did them. Because we did not have A stars, I will please let you know. There was none of this A star shit, and in fact, only 1% of the country could have an A. They would grade all of the exams, and then, as a percentage of the exam, and how well they thought you did, and then, depending on how many people got what grade, your letter was then deemed as a secondary option. You never, of course, got to find your percentage, but the letter you got as your grade, so whether you got a B, a C, or a D, or whatever, was determined by proportionally how well everybody else had done. And in my mind, there were a few flaws in that attitude, as I once pointed out to an American kid who was doing college work, and he said, well, if the top kid gets 4%, well, he gets an A. And I went, so if you all boycott the test and don't do anything, well, you all score the same, therefore you all get 100, you all get an A, right? He hadn't thought of that, and I'm like, how do you not think of that shit? Anyway, but it meant that because only 1% of the country could get an A, whether you had 80%, 99%, almost didn't matter. because, well, it depended how everyone else did. So you might only get 60%, but you still might get an A. And, you know, with all of that going on, whereas, you know, for the last few years, more and more children have got A star. Well, it wasn't possible, because there's only 1% of them. So they've changed all of that. There was none of this star shit. Now, of course, they've changed it to numbers. And, of course, no one really understands whether a higher number or a lower number's better. It's like 1 to 9. Well, is 1 perfect and 9 crap? Or 9 perfect and 1 crap? I mean, at least A to E everybody knew, right? Actually, it was A to G or something. Anyway, add time. But yeah, as you say, Flus and V, I just kind of find myself going, the help that they give them, while I think some help during the school day-to-day lessons, so extra help to be sure, have you understood, do you know what you're doing, you know, how do you spell your name, whatever, is fine. But come exam time, it needs to be a test of the child, not of the support structure around it. And I have a friend who has some children who are on the autism spectrum. Hello, I welcome them into my category. But the things they get, the things that you know, come along and you know, I mean, we discussed it the other day about how, you know, in a long exam, they're allowed water in their exam. We weren't. We were not allowed anything other than, like, your pen and, you know, in your exam. That was it. That was all you were allowed. And yet they seem to have the moon on a stick, and yet more and more children, oh, it's too stressful. Oh, well, of course, little Billy, you know, the stress of exams. And they're like, darling, you have no idea. So, yeah, I listening to my friend, and, well, I've got a couple of friends with, funny enough, I have 2 friends. One has twins, one has a son. And all of 3 children are born on the exact same day. For they are the same age, all born 2 days before me. It's really quite frightening. So, you know, because I told the little boy, I say little, he's not little, he's about 6'6" now. He was little when I met him. He barely came up to my knees. But, you know, I was talking to him about things because he's in the top group for maths. And one of the things that I found really astounding is that 16-year-old children in the top group for mathematics, part of their homework was to practice their times tables. Darling, we'd sorted that out when I was 7. And I was helping him with his maths homework, and of course I haven't done any of this crap for, you know, far, far too long. We're talking like 37 years or whatever it is, right? And yet I looked at his maths homework, yeah, you need to do this. Oh, you just add this and put that there, and then, like it was yesterday. And he's in the top group. Even I wasn't in the top group. I do think it... But I enjoy learning things as an adult. I didn't enjoy learning them as a child. And some of it, of course, is because when you were a child, a lot of the things you learned were not your choice. They were... You're going to learn about King Henry V. Why? He's dead. You know. So... But, you know, now you're going to spend 2 terms on King Henry V, who you don't give a flying fig about. And I found that very difficult. Now, some of the bits we did cover, I found very interesting. Some of the bits we covered, no, not at all. And I think that is part of the problem with school, for me, was that, you know, it's good to prove that children learn, but the problem is half the stuff that you are making them learn is irrelevant to life. Now, history is never irrelevant, but it's not the most essential part of your day-to-day living. King Edward the First, did he die of surgery or did he die of what caused him to need the surgery? This was the first GCSE history lesson we had. Right, and the homework was write an essay to discuss. Now, the fact that they had not invented anaesthetics back then, the fact that, they didn't sterilise their equipment, the fact that he had a hole drilled in his head, so they did trephining, were not in his favour, to be truly honest. But of course, well, how would I know? I wasn't there. Maybe they did a cracking job and he died of something else. How would I know? I wasn't there. And unless it says in the history books, we found his body and proved it, he could have had fucking COVID for all we know, right? How can we prove, yes, you can speculate, but speculation doesn't teach you anything. That's just like talking, I don't know, Donald Trump's got blue pants on, discuss. Well, what good does it do, right? It doesn't change anything. It's not like you're proving, go out and discover and, reanalyze all of the historical data and sit there with tests and scrape DNA and look at wounds and no. Teach rattles on for an hour. Discuss. Well, I do remember we tied Andrew Fielding to desks. I for some reason I remember his name was Andrew Fielding. He was a scrawny little runt. And we tied him to teach his desk with ties and pretended to saw a leg off with the blackboard ruler. But other than that, what did it really teach me? That ties are great tying devices. But we've invented anaesthetics. We've learned about germs since then. We still do drill holes in people's skulls, but we try not to. And we've got better sensitive tools to do it with. And so, you might as well have just whacked the guy on the head with a mallet. For all intents and purposes, that's pretty much what they did. So, could it have killed him? Absolutely. Did it? Who knows? It's... How do you write like a 1,000-word essay on that? Well, because the true answer is, who the knows is the correct answer. Unless they've got proof and because of course, even pictures back then, it's not like they did photos and videos. So from my mind, school taught you things, but mostly what it taught you was, we're going to teach you a load of pointless shit that you will never ever use again. Matrices. Sorry, matrices. Matrices do actually have a really good use. But they don't teach you that until you're in a degree. And even then, you still don't tend to do that. So, for me, school, one of the things that school was supposed to be was introduction to working environment, introduction to learning and new subjects and finding out things that you might be good at. The problem is there are too many subjects to find out what you could be good at. There are many crafters who are singular crafting experts of whatever. And while they've never done insert craft X, they're never going to try it because they already know they're going to suck at it because they're only really ever, they're only okay with the one they've got. And then there are multi-crafters who do many crafting, and frankly will probably try another one in a heartbeat just because, well, hey, that looks interesting, and and probably do alright at it. Are they going to do this forever evermore, amen? Probably not. But it becomes, but so many of these things, even if you did A level of not an A level as in an exam A level, because that's what we call our advanced levels, A levels. But if you do a level of crafting at school, chances are you probably knit like a 3-inch square, and you sewed something really pointless. Hello! I really kind of want to get into 3D printing as well, but I'm really trying hard to resist that. Although, I need to remind people, next month, I am due to get my bonus. Now, I'm not so sure that the full bonus will be forthcoming. I'm getting the impression that my current employer has not made their targets, so I may not get a quarter of my yearly bonus from them. However, my former employer, who was persuaded as part of the transfer that they still kind of owed us done tablet weaving. Tablet weaving is great. I love the outcome of tablet weaving. I don't like inkle weaving. It feels too harsh and coarse under my fingers. But tablet weaving, because it's gently twisted, feels smooth and glorious. I like tablet weaving. I could show you my collection of tablet weaving contraptions and my many tablets. And yeah, let's not. But it's when it came to school, you made felt mouse or something pointless. Hardly much of an introduction to crafting, not when there's so many. Now, you may, as a boy, usually, have done some. Well, I did it, but I did woodworking, and I can't remember the wording for it, but it was plastics. You shaped strips of kind of plastic and made things. I can't remember the name of it. It'll come to me at 3 o'clock this morning. But again, where was the metalworking? There was no wood turning. It was, we made a spatula, for example. I made a candlestick, but that was not on the cards. I made a turned candlestick because I could, and then I went in my dad's workshop. Said, "Dad, can I borrow this lump of wood?" "Yes, great. Back in half an hour," kind of thing. "Here you go, Dad. What do you reckon to my candlestick?" "Oh, it looks really pretty. Well done." Wonder what happened to that. Well, the one thing that I don't know about you, we did GDT, design, graphic design technology, which had no graphics in it whatsoever. And basically that was woodwork, this plastic shit I forget the name of. We made a Brahma puzzle, and an egg cup. And of course we all looked at him a bit funny when they would make an egg cup out of flat sheets of plastic, and that you couldn't really sag a bit in the middle to sag it around an egg. So basically, whatever you were going to do, your egg was going all over the breakfast table, because in essence, most of us ended up making a Z shape with a hole in it. So the egg sits in the hole and balances on the diagonal of the Z. And then, of course, if you put your spoon through the egg, it's now all over your breakfast table. So kind of pointless. But we made those. But we made Brahma puzzles, which is the 3 posts, a number of discs, and there are rules about moving the discs. But those took weeks. As an adult, I look and it's like, well, that was 2 hours work. How was that more than 2 lessons? And I don't know. I look back on it and it's like, so many of the things that we did cover took weeks and weeks and weeks to achieve very little. And I think, now I do very much recognise as a child you learn a lot slower than you do as an adult, because as an adult, if you pick up something new, so if any of you decided to have a go at this, you'd be doing this. You could have, with even this pattern, making these squares, you could probably be off and rolling. I mean, it's wise to do a couple of practice strips first, but realistically, you could be off and rolling almost from the off. because, as I said many times, it's left over right or right over left. And that's it. That's all there is to it. And, you know, you can have a cheat sheet that says, you know, when it's just dots, do this. When it's zigzaggy lines, do this. You can have a cheat sheet to remind you which one you're doing. What combination you need. And that's it. That's all you really need. And you'd be off. You really would. Whereas as a child, you'd, you know, almost be in a fit of tears because it's too complicated. And so I do appreciate that, you know, when we look back fondly upon our childhood years, or not, as the case may be, it seemed that it took forever to teach us anything. Yeah, you know, it would be a semester stroke, term stroke, year stroke, whatever, of doing insert whatever. But the truth of the matter is, come the end of the year, you hadn't really achieved very much. And so, I don't know. I don't know whether it was the schools I went to or what. But I just can't help but find that we're doing it wrong somewhere. Because nowadays, school hours seem to be a heck of a lot shorter than when I went to school. That doesn't feel like the right pin. We're getting rid of you. Stealing a new pin. Because, you know, the number of people who, you know, I'm going to be late tomorrow, I'm dropping little Billy off to school. But they don't rock up till 10:30. Well, I'd be in school by 9. Where have you been for the last 90 minutes? Is he in school in Edinburgh or something? I mean, you know, how far are you driving this little bugger to school? Oh, it's in the same town we work in. Well, so where have you been for 90 minutes? Even if you walked it, it wouldn't... You know, if you walk from one end of the village to the other and back again, that's still only like 30 minutes. What do you do with the other hour? Well, you know. And I'm not alone. I've got friends who are saying this. And then you've got the fact that parents' evenings are no longer in the evening. They're doing during the school time. So mummy and daddy don't take time off work to do it. They just go to parents' evening. And it's been a bit of a sore point for a number of people that I know. Because, you know, for those of us who are childless or their children are old enough, insert whichever is most appropriate for your age, they're watching people getting tons of extra time off work to go and deal with little Billy, but they don't have to book it as time off. They just get given it. It's just, oh, okay. Oh, little Billy's banged his head. I've got to go and collect him from school. Little Billy's not feeling safe. Got to go and get him from school. Little Billy had a fight. Got to go to school. Little Billy's, oh, it's parents' evening. Oh, it's nativity. Oh, there always seems to be something. Oh, it's parents' evening. They're not booking half a day off for parents' evening and going into school for the afternoon. No, they just bugger off work and go. Well, can the rest of us have, you know, a couple of weeks added to our time off, if, you know, to make up for all these times that we didn't have to go for little Billy? I mean, I chose not to have little Billy. It was an active decision. You know, I have dog instead. And quite rightly so. So you know, there's lots of people, and we see it far too much. Oh, so-and-so's gone to pick up his kids. So-and-so's gone to drop off his kids. So-and-so's picking, you know, because my two friends who have the 3 children of the same age, their kids are all now kind of at college level. Well, one of the parents is constantly, and I do mean literally constantly, doing some of their kids' work for them. Oh, well, I'm printing it all out and laminating it, and I'm... Why aren't they doing it? Oh, well, they left their book at home, and so I'm going to drop it off to the college for them. Well, then they need to do without, like the rest of us did. Oh, I've got to go and drop them at college. Oh, I've got to go and pick them up from college. Oh, well, they're hoping to go to university. Are you going to ferry them around while they're, you know... What if they went to university miles away? Are you going to still ferret them around then? Do half their work? I tried to show one of them something on Friday. In working hours, as I work with them. I can't. I'm supporting my kid doing this. You're supposed to be working. This is a work-related thing. Oh, you're too busy helping your child and doing half of its work for it. No. Surely that's not a thing. I'm kind of glad I don't have children. In more ways than one. Just because if you're licking my cushion, I will get cross with you. Dog licking something. But yeah, it you know, in our day, school was very much about learning to be independent, learning to do your own things. I mean, obviously you still had your parents keeping an eye on you, but, you know, if you didn't take your shit to school, well, you lost out, you know. Yeah. Well, but you see, I don't disagree with parents asking how it's going, what you're doing, you know. Well, that doesn't sound like work. You know, I get that, because obviously, to an extent, your parents are paying for you to be there, so they kind of want you to do it, but it is still down to you to pull your finger out, right? And learn it and do the work that you're required to do. But when, for example, one of the three children is doing photography, and you get a text, oh, I've spent the day, says Dad, doing this in Lightroom and changing all of this and putting them into this. And so who's actually getting the exam results here? Because by the sounds of it, Dad should be getting the exam, not the kid, you know. Well, that's fair enough. Over here, it gets a bit complicated, because if your parents earn enough, then you don't really get much of a grant, so your parents are expected to pay. I mean, when I say they're expected to pay, quite often it's not a huge amount, but with the whining that you hear from some of them, you'd think it was, you know, hundreds of thousands of pounds. It's really not. But I remember many years ago, I'm talking nearly 30 years ago, a friend of mine, his wife was doing a degree in psychology. And we'd all been invited round for a LAN party, because, well, those were the things of the day, right? So, three of us rocked up, computer in tow. I'd driven down from here, so, you know, we'd only just moved up here, but I drove down from here. And when we got there, he was tapping away on the computer. Oh, what are you doing, mate? And he was like, I'm typing up my wife's degree thing. Okay. Looks over. There is one of those shorthand notepads. For those who don't know what I mean, the shorthand notepad is about that wide and about that tall. She'd written one page of, fairly empty page, of notes. He had to write, you know, a 5,000 word essay on said subject, using, quote, these notes. She wasn't even typing up her own frigging work. He was, of course, having to invent it. And you're sitting there going, so she's written like 15 words on a sheet of paper, because that's pretty much all it looked like, and you're going to write a 5,000 word essay. So who actually is getting this? Oh, well, you know, she didn't really feel up to it. As I said, who's getting the degree at the end of this? Don't worry, his wife never liked me, so, you know. But it was. You're sitting there going, there's a difference between providing support, understanding, answering simple questions, you know, like, Dad, how do you spell this? Dad, what would be the correct grammar for? You know, all of those kind of things. That's fair enough, because you're not asking them for the answers. You're not asking for the moon on a stick. You're asking clarification on something, and it could be about, frankly, anything. You could be writing a blog, you know, you could be writing a lovey-dovey letter to some kid you've got a crush on, for all the matters, right? But when Mummy and Daddy are physically working on the result, the item that will be handed in for a mark, and this in my mind is cheating. And it's all I hear almost every day. And it concerns me because, you know, this bloke was doing it for his wife. My friend does it for his kids. And I'm almost sitting there going, well, so when they finally have to go out and work for a living, are you going to do their jobs too? I mean, when does it stop? Now, I'm not going to say that, you know, I don't partially understand, because I do. But at the same time, you can't do it forever. And like you've said, the help is not necessarily going to help in the long run. It's, you know, when is this kid going to learn to actually be responsible for all their own stuff? Now, the one with the photography seems to spend a lot of time hiding in the mental health section, being upset about things. Now, I'm not saying she doesn't have things to be upset about. But we didn't have those in our days. You went to class and you cried quietly in the corner. She's going to be learning to drive. Really? This is the girl who can't cope with the fact that the teacher changes their mind on what today's subject's going to be. How is she going to learn to drive? Now, I do have sympathy for her because, you know, like I've said, you know, nothing is more worse than being told you didn't try when you did. And if teach says do this, you do this, and that's kind of not what teach meant, but it's what they said, you know, I will very much root for the fact, well, that's not really fair because, you know, the words you uttered were, and that's what I did. So, you know, if that's not what you meant, well, you could have clarified it more clearly then. But, you know, you're going to run into that at work. You're going to run into that throughout the rest of your life. People will say, you know, can I have a sandwich? You make them a sandwich. You put in it the things that you don't like because, well, it means that it won't be in your fridge anymore. And then they whine because they don't like it either. Well, you never said you didn't want that in your sandwich. You just said, give me a sandwich. So here's a sandwich. The fact that it's got, you know, I don't know, anchovies and sprouts in it. You never said. You know, you weren't specific as what you wanted. Now, arguably you are at fault. Well, you know, what do you want in your sandwich is usually the follow-up question. But if they say anything, well, it's fair game then, isn't it? You know, chocolate-covered sprouts for you. But again, the kid's got to learn to be... It doesn't seem to teach kids anymore to be responsible for their actions. There was a thing, and it kept coming up on... It was a short video. It kept coming up on my newsfeed. And it was something, I believe, in America. It's nothing against Americans, but I believe it was in America. I'm just setting the picture. And it was like some people had gone to some form of council thing. Not as in local house council like we get in the UK, but I'm talking more of the, you know, Senate kind of thing, but not Senate, if you know what I mean. But those kind of, that sort of council. And it was a bit about, you know, trans female rights and all of these kind of things. And the exact words that kind of came out of this person's mouth. Now, I say the exact words and then say it's kind of. They were very specific. And I had to take. I can't drive because I've got Down loss syndrome, which we all know is really unfortunate. I've got autism. Yeah. Okay, I can go with that. Blah blah blah. I'm in a lot of pain. They had narcolepsy as well, I think, and a couple of other things. And of course I'm trans, and so when I got in the cab to come here, I had to hide from the driver that I'm in drag. Why did you have to hide it? Moreover, if you feel you're in drag, drag is very different from being trans, so what exactly is your point then? Why are you feeling that you had to hide it from your taxi driver? Because you've got blue freaking hair. I mean, you can hardly hide that. And, so you're wearing a dress and blue hair. Now, it was not drag as most of us instantly think of. It was basically a bloke wearing women's clothes. Okay, that is arguably the definition of drag. But, you and I think of drag queens when someone says drag rather than cross-dressing, which would be, wearing somebody else's clothes. But even if you were, most taxi drivers have seen some really horrific things. And as long as you're not making a mess and throwing up in the back of their cab, most of the time they don't really care. And it just kind of stuck with me that why did this person say they had to hide it from the taxi driver? I mean, you were wearing clothes. It's not like you were going to turn up naked because you're a nudist. So, I don't know. We seem to have an awful lot of problems in life that we bring upon ourselves. Because if you were that embarrassed, because it implies you're embarrassed to be in drag, well then, why are you doing it? Why would you do that to yourself? I don't know. It's all too complicated. But I do feel that we've made our lives inherently complicated for no good reason. And never mind. Thank you for coming, Fluce and B. Have a good snooze. We like good snoozes. I hope you have a good rest and wake all excited and happy tomorrow. It's not right, isn't it? I want to find my wand of pushing, and I had it moments ago. There it is. So. Sounds like the weather's a bit cack out there. Right. Briefly this morning, there was a little bit of sun. Briefly. But it's been kind of windows grey and a bit all day, so I do know what you mean. It sounds like it's picking up to be more miserable now, though. The wind's certainly picking up. Or it's raining, or and when I say raining, it's not like the decently raining. It's more of that grimace grizzle raining where it's just kind of spitting at you. So you feel stupid if you have an umbrella, stupid if you don't have an umbrella. You know, kind of moment. Because if you have an umbrella, you're overreacting. If you do have one, you don't really need it. It's a bit like when you're not feeling well, but you're not well enough that you feel good enough to be at work, because you then want, if you go to work, you'll grimace and feel even worse. But if you stay home, you're not actually that ill either. And you probably could have gone to work. It's that dangerously fine point in the middle of... Yeah. Oh, assholes! I meant to take a photo of the empty triangle. And I forgot. This is what my brain's like. It knew all day that I wanted to do that. And then it got here, and it waited till now to go, hey, you didn't do it. Let me take a picture now. So if nothing else. Alright. Goodness. So yeah. That reminds me. Oh, crap, I really need to do that. Hang on. Hang on. Sorry, I've just been reminded I needed to do something. So, well, it's not, but... No, I know that's the right password, but they've decided that it's not. Fine. It did have 12 characters in it. For goodness sake. Your password has previously been used. Yeah, I know. For fuck's sake. It is the meme. It is the meme. Please, please log in. No, that's the wrong password. No. So, okay, reset my password. You cannot reuse the same password. Well, then you should have let me in on it. For fuck's sake. Thank you. For fuck's sake. All that effort. Finally, it's let me use a password that I wanted. Right. Alright. I've got to do this because I've got a feeling I've got to do it before tomorrow. Don't be telling me it's the wrong one. I've literally just set it to this. Don't take me back to the same fucking screen. Literally, just logged me in and then it's taken me to the login screen. How about we close all the windows and we try again? Click on the button. Oh, for God's sake. We're going to send you a code. Yeah. Enter the 6-digit code. I will when you send it. For a company who deal with mobile phones, they make a really shitty website. I selected a thing. I mean, for example, can you see that there's a button for this plan, but it clashes with another button? Does it clash up if I turn it around on its side? Interesting. How many times have I got to click add this plan? When did you open your bank account? I was 11 years old. I don't remember what fucking month it was. I don't know. I'm going to guess it was my birthday. And I'd have been 11, so that'd have been what? 83? Fuck's sake, people. Considering I've been with these people for the best part of 15, 20 years. Hello, Netkisser, how you doing? I'm just fixing something on my phone because they wrote to me to say that the current thing I'm paying has to change. Oh, for fuck's sake. Wow. That's right. We need, in order to process it, we need to do a credit check on you. Bitch, I've been with you and paying my bills for like 15 years. That's the other one, isn't it? Hang on. Yes, I know my credit card details off the top of my head because I'm a sad individual. Pissed. Ooh. Oh, cool. That's right. They then asked me, "How did you find your purchase?" Because basically, my mobile phone contract thing has expired, and they can no longer continue charging me £21 a month for for providing my mobile service. And well, they could because it's more money than the old one, but never mind. They could. Anyway, so I got an email saying basically here's 3 offers, pick one, and so I picked one. And obviously I couldn't log in because, well, even though I know what my password was, because my phone remembers these things, it didn't like that. So we had to go through and make a new password. So I then I close everything down, pick out the email, get the email, pick the box again, log in, go to pick it, doesn't, the box, there's an error on their website, doesn't render very well on my phone. Okay, fine. Managed to work around that, get into it, click it. I have to click it again because apparently saying add this is not sufficient. You have to add it again. Go to checkout. Oh, now it wants to know the month and year you opened your bank account, which I did when I was 11, 42 years ago, and the month and year of which I started at my current employer. Well, that's a bit complicated because under 2p, technically that's a long time ago too. That's nearly 20 years ago, and in fact it's just over 20 years ago. And so I'm sorry, but. And then, of course, they need to do a credit check on someone who's been with them nearly 20 years. How about you go fuck yourselves, people? Do you want my money or not? Because, life is incredibly short and you are making it far more complicated. And then, how easy did you find your purchase? I didn't, honey, I mean, why do you need to know when I open my bank account when you're not actually using my bank account? Why do you need to know that? Why do you need so many personal details for a freaking mobile phone bill that I've been paying 21 quid for the last probably 10 years now? And 2, 3, 4, 5. And, so why is it you now suddenly, to basically keep on the same tariff, but, the new named version of the one I've got, you want me to fill in all of these options? Why? Why? I'm your existing customer. If I was a new customer, fair cop, because I might not have any money and I can't pay. But I've paid without fail every month. So, I'm sorry. You've never had a problem with me, so it's not like this is your opportunity to get rid of me, You should have no complaints. What exactly is the problem here, Yeah, I'm not very good at the whole conversion thing to euros. But £21 is not a lot. It's not a lot over here either. It's not a lot. I mean, let's put it this way. My takeout costs more than that. So, hang on. Let me do conversion. That's 25.11 euros. For unlimited everything, right? It's, you know, unlimited talking minutes, unlimited text messages, unlimited, well, everything. Data, the whole shebang. Basically free to use your phone for whatever you like. I mean, I know, as you say, the euros is, the pound to euro is, it is pounds to euro, not euros to the pound kind of thing. But not by a lot, you know. Seem right. This looks funny. The reason it doesn't look right, of course, is normally I have this all covered up, so it looks different because I feel like I'm working in a crevice because these pins are up, so it just makes it feel different. It's not actually really that bad a deal. Oh, yeah. I mean, my dogs are feeling the spring. They're all full of the joys of woof, doing woofy things. Rory was really quite vocal yesterday. I mean, and earlier today, he was growling at things. He doesn't normally make a sound. But he was a big, brave boy and protected me from the invisible monsters. But he is a good boy, really. It was a bit weird because he's not normally like that. Oh, yes, he's a good boy. You half's asleep. You are. Oh, you're toasty warm. What have you been curled up? Have you been curled up all snug as a bug? You, my friend, are hotter than a hot water bottle. Yes, you are. Yes. What do you feed your snakies? Please don't say live mice. I like mice. Frozen thawed mice, fair enough. Yeah, it's one of the things that would put me off having snakes as a pet, to be honest. And I mean it genuinely. I don't have a problem for people doing it because, you know, your pet, your choice. Fair enough. And to be honest, I think that's a good thing. You know, it's not. I mean, you're not exactly giving the mouse a sporting chance. It'd be different if it was, you know, the mouse is in an area that it can escape from, and it's down to the, you know, cleverness of everybody involved as to who wins and loses. But if you put the mouse in a cage where it can't get away, that's kind of unfair. And hats off to Finland for that, because you know, I know someone who used to feed live mice, and it was like, can't you kill it first? You know, I like mice. I do. I actually like mice. Well, and again, that's part of the thing, isn't it? Is the, you know, if this was real life, you know. Well, the answer is, of course, it's because they don't have to. There's no need for them to know how to hunt. So, you know, I watch lots of My 600 Pound Life, by the way. So, you know, it's a bit like, you know, you don't imagine that the My 600 Pound Lifers would exactly be going out and killing animals for their dinner, because frankly, half of them can't even manage to get out of the chairs. So they'd manage to lose weight if it was down to their own actions. And while sometimes I do have a few issues with how the show portrays a lot of things, that's not. I shouldn't laugh, but well, you kind of sometimes you have to, right? I mean, I had a friend who had some snakes and who fed them live mice, and it really upset me to the point I actually had to say, please do not feed your snake while I'm here. Because I like mice. I mean, I'm the girl who, when I was staying at my grand's one summer, we went to visit one of her friends, and there was a cat. I don't even think it was the woman's cat, but there was a cat. And the cat was playing with a mouse. But this cat was playing with a mouse. Now, the mouse was petrified, obviously. So I grabbed the mouse, I grabbed the cat. I took the mouse down one end of the garden, put it down, watched it escape, went down the other end of the garden and flung the cat a long way. You know, and it wasn't like it was off the edge of a cliff or anything. You know, I'm not cruel, but I flung the cat to add a bit of distance so that the mouse had ample opportunity to get away. And my grand kind of looked at me and went, "What are you doing? Rescuing the mouse?" "Why?" "Because I like mice." I was violently allergic to cats at that point. But I did something very similar, and this one ends up in heartbreak, and I am still sad about this today. So, I had a kind of a staffy Labrador type dog called Maddie, and she was out in the garden one day, and it's like, "What have you got in your mouth?" I opened up, there was a little mouse. It wasn't even a big mouse. You know, mice aren't necessarily big, but this was quite a small mouse. So I got the mouse, and in trying to keep the dog away from the mouse, which is a lot harder than the cat away from the mouse took a leap out of my hand as I was trying to save it. Oh, hang on, spam bot alert. Sorry, Blazing Paragon, you spamming moron. I hope you enjoy your very short-lived life, for this is all you're going to get. For you are now reported and blocked and banned. Right. So this little baby mouse thing leapt out of my hand and landed on like the reel for a garden hose, and it's got like ridged plastic, and so there was a little thing of plastic. It inhaled the water that had collected from the rain. It died in my hand. I was deeply upset by this. I'm still sad for this. For it is sad that the thing that I tried to rescue did not make it. Now, I appreciate that the big being with big hands scooping you out of the dog's mouth is probably no less scary than being in the dog mouth, to be honest. I totally appreciate this. But I was trying to help, little mouse. I was trying to help. And I was very, very sad when you died. And the dog did not understand why I was cross at it, of course. I mean, it's better. I mean, we had the same. I had the same when a bird flew into a window here. Um, Not being able to panic. Oh, look, the spam bot is now dead. Not being able to panic is a very worthwhile skill. One I learnt while having asthma attacks. Do not panic, for the panic increases the amount of oxygen you need. Therefore, much as you are potentially going to suffocate, the more you panic, the quicker you will die. If you do not panic, there is a reasonable chance that this, well, in fact, a very good reasonable chance, this will pass. In fact, it will pass. Asthma attacks always pass. The question is, will you be there at the end of it? Now, to date, I've only had one where I was pretty confident I was not making this one. And yet I was in a room surrounded by about 20 people with first aid certificates, and not one of them even blinked an eye, as I am literally drowning in my own lungs. But, which seemed really kind of odd for that to be the worst one I ever had, surrounded by first aiders. But, there we go. Not panicking, so as you say, not yanking your arm out and doing you more damage, the snake damage, because it doesn't help anybody. Having the awareness of presence to realise that the action that you defaultly want to do in those scenarios is going to make the matter worse is a hugely valuable skill. Now, it's not exactly one you can write on your CV. I mean, you can, but an awful lot of times these things don't tend to crop up too often in your working life, unless you're working, as in your case, as a, with snakes as your profession. But, it's being able to be calm in a crisis is a valuable thing. Now, if you can do it in a life-threatening crisis, you can do it in a client-threatening crisis, because, of course, well, it's really not quite the same level of issue, is it? So if you're the kind of, because we all know that there are people out there who melt into the snow the moment even the slightest little thing happens. And you're kind of going, if you're going to panic and have like physical meltdown and almost need, an ambulance calling for the hyperventilation and the panic attack that induced from you got the wrong count of sugar in your coffee out of the coffee machine, what are you going to do when real shit happens to you? When actual, concerning, life-altering events happen, such as, you get fired, or someone in your family is injured in an accident. How are you going to cope with that if you can't cope with you got the wrong number of sugars in your coffee? So keeping calm in a crisis is definitely a valuable skill, and if you can maintain that wherewithal, good for you, especially if you own snakes. For, grumpiness can run within all of us, let's truly be honest. One of the things I've always pondered, as humans, we can have really shitty eyesight. Hello, have you seen the strength of my glasses? My glasses, other than the fact that the coatings are worn off, if I do this and you look through, you can see through the lenses, you can see how much it distorts the picture underneath. This is due to the strength of my glasses. I am considerably short-sighted. Why doesn't that happen to animals? Now, obviously, going blind happens. With old age, usually. Or accident. But we've never worked out that a dog's short-sighted or long-sighted. Why not? Why are animals never short-sighted or long-sighted? Why is it only humans? Fair enough. Hang on. Got out of sync with myself here. So, hang on. Let's put you back there. So you've just come over, under, over, under. That doesn't feel right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's because you were 1/2 too much. That's why I didn't feel right. What was the email I just got? Because, you know, I wasn't expecting that. What the fuck is slumbler? Okay. I was going to say I wasn't expecting any emails at like 1:45. Yeah, I was going to say leaning back's not really a plan, Rory McPaws. You don't look particularly comfortable, lad. Fair enough, Netkisser. I wish you good sleepings. Pleasant dreams. Good. Hope you feel nice and rested in the morning and full of energy. Sometimes I wonder about why I do the late night thing, because, well, you know, it's not like there's a lot of you out there, so, yeah. But of course, like everything, if I don't give you the chance, then there won't be the chance. But the first time I did it, there were like 9 people who showed up. And I thought, oh, this is really cool. Since then, of course, no one's come, so. Or, I won't say no one, but we haven't exactly had new peoples, if you know what I mean. if you go back in there. That, you go over that. You will go in a stick. I think part of the reason Rory's been so talkative in the last couple of days is because there is it's not really a bit big to call it a pond, so let's call it a lake, but it's a small lake or a huge pond, whichever way that works. I'm sure there is a definition, but I'm not going out there and doing geographical surveys on its size and, let's put it this way, you can't get to the middle without a boat, but it's a really short boat distance. So it's a bit big for a pond, and it's a bit small for a lake. But there's lots of birds who like to come and visit, and animals for that matter, because it's a good drinking hole after all. And some of the birds that go can sound like humans. So there's a bird who laughs, and obviously the chatter amongst some of the birds can sound like a couple of people talking. And I think Rory thinks that is people and wants to go and eat them. Well, and I can't really argue against it because, well, maybe it's not. It might actually be people talking. Maybe it is. Because, it's somebody's garden, so... But I'd be surprised if it's people talking. But it could be. So... My little man trying to protect his mum, so can't really argue, can I? But currently he's lying the wrong way around on the couch. So he's lying with his back to the outside. Head up the arm at like 90 degrees. And a minute ago he was leaning backwards and trying to put his head round like the arm of the chair. And it was kind of like, there's nowhere to put your head the other side, my man. And he looks really all bunched up at the end, but he's asleep again now, so clearly it's not that uncomfortable. Surprisingly, but, it's not that uncomfortable. Oh, I've lost my internet. Question is it back now? This is the question. Before my internet farted. G'day. My internet here sucks. Anyone would think I'm in the darkest depths of Mongolia. But our box rebooted. Okay. 'Cause I have to check. Get my days of the week wrong or something. Okay. See, I don't even have a scheduled reboot of anything. So it's not a me thing, but for some reason my whole router rebooted. It's unlike it doesn't normally do that. I was hoping to go for another couple of hours or so, it was not. I was not planning on a short one. I was hoping to go till about 2 o'clock my time, so we shall see. We shall see. I have no problem with staying up a bit, for it is Saturday. Although, just to confuse matters, in an hour's time, the clocks go forward, so I could argue that in an hour's time it's 2 o'clock. So that'll get confusing. Because we go into summertime today. Are we ever? I don't think, despite the fact we've been doing this for like 100 odd years, somehow humanity is still never ready for when the clocks change. And it screws up everything. It just seems one of those things we do to ourselves that are just not helpful, I kind of get why we do it, or the origin of why we do it, but, Well, I work for an American employer, so it really gets confusing for us, because obviously, we'll meet at the same time next week. Well, no, actually, it's not the same time next week for us, because you did your daylight savings 2 weeks before us. And so now we're all out of sync, because we all knew what time everything was for you lot, and now we don't. And then, of course, But then, of course, you also get the number of Americans, no offence to our good friends Americans, who forget that, for example, PDT and PST are an hour apart, much like GMT and BST are an hour apart, right? So you then end up with oh, well, it's such and such in PDT. No, love, you're sorry, PST. No, you're on daylight time now, love. So it's PDT, and that makes it, different. So you went forward, we didn't. So whereas you were, say, 5 hours apart before, now you're 6, love. Now you're 6 hours from us. We will move forward in a couple of weeks and become BST, at which point we will then go back to having 5 hours apart. But until then, we're 6 hours apart. And well, and this becomes a lot of it. Because we don't all agree on when to do it, it makes life hard. And I had to remind someone on Friday because some American guy wrote to my co-worker, copied me on it. We need to have a discussion about some licensing. Okay, whatevs, right? I'm not available until 10:30. I think it was Pacific Standard Time, and it was like, okay. Well, first of all, love, you're not in Pacific Standard Time. You're in Pacific Daylight Time, but I'll overlook that. And you're in BST. No, we're not in BST. We are not in BST. So when my co-worker replied, "Oh yes, that's fine," I'm not sure you were ready for the time that you think that is, love. Yeah. Because did they actually mean Pacific Daylight Time to BST? In which case, that's potentially 2 hours shorter than it should have been. It was like, just no. Because if they didn't mean standard time, they meant daylight time, and they thought we were in British summertime, then that's not the same time as it. You need to agree. Get one of those world clock links and, send a request and we'll work out what time it is, And please, for the love of God, have your Outlook set up properly so that it sends it in a time zone and doesn't send it in kind of wrong time zone. So it says it's 7 p.m, like, I don't know, Pacific time, and actually you're in the UK or something. Can we not be doing that, Fair enough. Lurking is cool. We like lurks. Holy crap. Wow. Wow. Thank you for the follow. Wow. Hello to everybody. I don't know what settings I've got that aren't allowing you to spam, but I am a little overwhelmed. I am definitely gonna definitely agree with that. I am slightly overwhelmed. I am slightly overwhelmed. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the strange world that is Liz. I also want to point out it's midnight here, so be aware that in the midnight hour I am even a little bit more weird than usual. For those who have just joined, I am making a net curtain. Impossible. Oh, I'm not worried about being bitten. I've got dogs. I've had that. I can cope with that. I'm making a net curtain in the strangest way possible by making squares. Taken from the idea of crochet squares and joining them all together. Because, well, as you might notice, there's quite a few bobbins. If I slide down, there's a few more up there at the top. There are, I think it's 96 bobbins on this on my pillow, and 96 is quite frankly enough for me. Well, exactly. Well, it does feel like more than plenty. And now, I will also say that I did a little test square that was a quarter of the size of this in a style of lace making called Flanders, and Sticks. That's how you keep it all together. So bobbin making is really actually insanely simple. Now, being autistic, I'm going to explain some crafting things to you in the immortal words of my good self. So if you think of crochet, poke, wrap, pull. Knitting is also poke, wrap, pull. You just have two sticks. Lace making is made out of two things. Let me slide this up slightly. So, you are made of cross, left over right, and twist, right over left. That's it. If you can pick a light object up and place it over the other side of another, you can make lace. Doing it right, however, is a little bit more of a challenge. Now, like knitting and crochet and many other things, there are combinations thereof that make the different stitches. So I'm doing a thing called rose ground. These are represented if I zoom in on my thing for you. So there, and move across a bit. So rose ground is represented by these little squares with dots in the middle. You don't actually put a thing in the dot in the middle. It's just the way it is. The zigzaggy bit is the cloth stitch, which gives you the... it's not a very good one to show you because, of course, it's off the screen at the moment. But it gives you... Hang on, move this down. Gives you this solid-looking bit. And, in fact, if I pull this under here, you'll see there's a bit more solid-looking bits over there. And then there's the ground stitch, which is this meshy kind of bit in the middle. And they are made up of combinations of cross and twist. So to make a rose ground, you have 4 points, and you work round with 4 pairs of bobbins. 2 in the middle, do cross and twist in the middle, and you stab in the hole at the top. You then seal in your pin by doing it again, cross and twist. You then do cross and twist for the next one on the side. Oh, good point. I'm really crap at this. Because I'm looking at this, not at my screen over there, and the one on over there is only about 2 inches big. So cross and twist, and then you do cross and twist for the third one. Stick a pin in it, like that. Cross and twist. Oh, I love people when they tell me I'm screwing it up because, well, if you've come to learn and you want to ask a question, it helps if you actually get to understand the answer, does it not? So you cross and twisted, you shove a pin, and you do cross and twist, and then you do a bit of a shenanigans where you do a cloth stitch bit, which is cross and twist and cross again at the edges to make them square. So I refer to these as squovels because they're square with like an oval in the middle. And if I pull this back, you can just see over here in the corner the little squares with a circle in the middle. And this is what we're making now. And I have to do this a big bunch of times. So this is what we're doing. I am making 18 of these beloved little squares, and this translates to 72 triangles, and this is triangle number 26? No, that can't be right. 5, 6, 27. Did I get my numbers wrong in the thing? No, I did. I got it right. This is triangle number 27. They are all the same. So it gets a little bit repetitive, to be honest. Then make some. Fair enough. You do not need fancy shenanigans to make bobbin lace. If you have clothes pegs, if you have a rolled up towel, and some pins, and some thread, make lace. That's all you need. Roll up the towel, pin it together so that it can't escape. Piece of paper, stick some dots on it, or use squared paper, and have a go. That's all it takes. Wind the thread round the clothes pegs, and chuck the clothes pegs around. You do not need fancy bobbins. You certainly do not need the £25 a bobbin off eBay bobbins, because no one needs those. Well, and this is the thing. Lace making is not a speed sport. I would say rather unfortunately, to be honest. In that I've worked out that my neck curtain, represented by the graphic top right of the screen, which will measure 43 by, I think it's 93 centimetres. In freedom units, that's 18 by 34, I think. Something around about there. If you will take me approximately 18 months. Now, give or take a bit, right? Because obviously there are days you're on fire and you chew through your work and you're like, wow, I did a lot today. And then there are days you like a small child, you kick it around, you don't really do anything. You come to the end and a few hours later, all you've really done is sulk, right? So it is definitely not a speed sport, however. It's not like machine knitting. It doesn't pop out at a rate of knots. And even when you watch some of the videos with those really, really fast ladies that, they seem to pick a bobbin up and just go, and out comes a load of lace. I can tell you now, as a lace maker, I still watch that, and I'm still not sure how she did it, because there was one, she literally seemed to pick up a bobbin and literally no more than do that. No other bobbins seemed to move. Yet it grew. I don't know how she did that. That was a bit much for me. I even though I know what I'm looking at and knowing what I was looking for, looking at the pattern she was doing, I still don't see how she did it. So, kudos to her and all that, but don't know how she did it. So while I am not someone who's been doing lace making for an exceptionally long period of time, I did some when I was a kid, came back to it. And when I say I did some as a kid, I really did bugger all as a kid, to be honest. And what I did was probably wrong. But it is something. Now, I also need to point out, here I am making lace and embarking on a challenge that will take me potentially another year yet. But if I tell you, I don't really do lace as a human being. I'm not really a lace person. I am very much a tomboy, and I don't really do lace, hence making a neck curtain, to be honest, because it's the only thing I could think of that I would actually use. So it's a bit of a stupid hobby, really, for me. And we do have someone who comes to visit the stream. She's almost certainly fast asleep right now. Who does lace making, and she does it as kind of part of what she does as a job. So fair dues to her. I work in IT for a job, so I have a day job, and it is most certainly not doing this. So I don't know. I struggle because I want to make things, but I don't have uses for any of the things that I want to make, kind of thing. So this net curtain was one of the few things that I could think of that I would conceivably use. Now, my brain cells, being my brain cells, like to do big things, hence it's a net curtain and not something smaller. But it's already planning net curtain number 2, possibly even net curtain number 3. I've only got 2 windows that I'd be prepared to make stuff for. And it is kind of a bit much, to be honest. It really, truly is. I'm not overwhelmed with the amount of lace I've got to make, because I am making a triangle of reasonable size. I just have to do it a good number of times. And I do have, as you can see from the diagram, 6.5 squares done. So I've done a third of it in 6 months, so I'm on track for my 18-month expectation. So that's always a good thing. But my brain wants to make one in one piece. Now, the biggest problem with making it in one piece, I am making a quarter triangle. So the number of bobbins I have is this distance to this distance. You have a pair for every dot and 2 pairs at one end, right? So there is a number of dots. If I want to make it all in one piece, well then I need a pair of bobbins for 6 times this amount, minimum, right? If I was going to say redo the same pattern, right? If I did a different pattern in, say, a smaller thread, well, maybe now I need more bobbins. Because really, it probably should be smaller thread. It is a net curtain, really. And it's not very netty, it's very solidy. I would reach for my pants, but my dog's snoring and he's in the way. And looking cute. So, well, as we all know, it's illegal to disturb sleeping puppy dogs. But I have a picture. Hang on. I can do you a picture. This is what it looks like. And obviously you can see you've seen the scale of it. But this is what my square looks like. I'm making 18 of those. And I've done 6. So it is one of those kind of moments where repetition is getting to me occasionally, but it's kind of a bit solid in my mind, and so my brain's trying to come up with things so that somehow it's a bit more airy for the second one, and obviously using considerably finer thread is part of that option, because that is a bit thick for a net curtain, really. Now, for the window in question, it really doesn't matter, because for the window in question, the only person who's going to see it will be me. And that's just as well, for there are a number of errors that occur. For I am human, but I'm also very capable of somehow screwing up what really should be a fairly simple process. Because it is a simple process, but somehow I still manage to get it wrong. And sometimes for the life of me, I really can't explain how I get it wrong. But somehow I do. So some of the errors that have gone on, most of them are reasonably inconsequential. And from, a step away, you probably won't notice. One of them a little more noticeable, but it's not like, there's going to be a, tennis ball sized hole in it. So I am a little paranoid about them falling apart, because, yay! I understand that. I understand that very much. Food is definitely not something to be missing out on. So yeah, I find myself struggling because, well, this isn't going to be a very net curtain-y come the end of it. So of course then my brain's going, well, we should make a second one. So I've been contemplating on things for the second one. Now, I am a strong believer of sharing. I believe in it at work. as much as I believe in it at play, because, well, it does not hurt people to share your information. I mean, they're sharing. So if you buy a copyright pattern that you are not responsible for and you share that, A, that's illegal, but also that is, well, it's not your information to share. Oh, thank you for the follow. But what I do think we should be sharing it in is how to do things. So unless you invent the technique yourself, unlocking is cool. We like glows. So, for example, how to do a basic rose ground. There are variations, of course. But this is how I'm doing mine. That's a thing, right? I'm more than happy to share that. My pattern, for example, much as I made this variant on somebody else's pattern, and so it is my pattern, and I paid for their pattern, so I give them major credit because all I did was alter the stitches and slightly the size to encompass that I wanted rose grounds in the middle. So I altered and made a variation on their work, but I still give them credit for it because, well, it was their idea. They admittedly were doing it for a tablecloth, but that's by the by, right? But my pattern's here. You can see it. You can count a few things and work out my pattern just by watching my stream because, well, it's here in front of you. It's not like a knitting pattern that I've got off screen or a cloth, cross stitch pattern or anything that's off stream where you can't see it. My pattern is clearly on camera. Can't really hide it. And even if I didn't, the picture of my finished project, you can work from that and work out very easily how you can count this is and counts that and recreate my pattern. You can't really hide it. I would have to take a picture from far, far, far away for that to be the case. But as I said, only I'm going to see this. So while I am trying not to make mistakes and I try to fix mistakes that I spot, I do have a bit of a rule of thumb. So, for example, I'm working on this section here. If I found I'd made a mistake in this section here, I would go back and fix it because, well, I don't really have a lot of choice, but it's here. If I realised I'd screwed up this earlier section, that probably gets to stay because I'd possibly have to undo all of this, all of that, and then go back and do this. You can't just leap back and you can't just undo a thread here and work back like, say, you do in knitting, where you drop stitch and rework it back up. Can't do that. You would have to, like crochet, you'd have to undo all of it to get back to where you screwed up. And as this is not a speed sport, there are, well, frankly, limitations to my tolerances, and one of them is how far back I'm prepared to go. Now, I have repeatedly said on stream that should I be making this for the king, or the queen, as it was, at one point, or to go into, some really posh lace-making music, arts museum like the Louvre or something, right? Fine, I'm going back, I'm redoing that, because, well, millions of people are potentially going to see it and, judge me for my sins. Don't be needing mistakes in it. And now, of course, one of the other problems, as many crafters well know, if you screw up and you wind back to go and do it, there's a really good chance you introduce more screw-ups along the way. It's a bit like programming bugs, 99 bugs on the wall, 99 bugs on the wall. You fix one now, you compile it up, and now there's 106 bugs on the wall, right? It is very much the done thing with something like this. Because you are frustrated that you've made a mistake and you go back, there is a high chance that, well, you'll screw it up again in new and exciting ways. One thing you don't suffer from with lace making that you do in many crafts is tension issues. You can have tension issues, but, well, because you work with the pinholes on the piece of paper underneath, if you want it to be this wide, well, it's going to be this wide. It will be this wide, because that's where the bin holes are. Rory, you can't push me off the couch any further than you have, my dear man. Oh, let me introduce to you my two furry friends. So, I will go quiet for a second because it goes onto a Be Right Back screen. But let me introduce you to two furry friends. So the little black one is my little man. He's called Rory. Yeah, the little black one is Rory. He's called Rory, and she's called Amy. They are brother and sister. Literally brother and sister. Not, figuratively because they both live in my household, brother and sister. They are literally litter mates. Oh, stop pushing. They came when in 2020 I had a lovely dog called Fiona, and one day Fiona kind of went a bit lame, so I took her down the vet, and the vet I saw went, oh, she's got arthritis. Now, she was no young dog, so it was possible, but it didn't feel kind of arthritis-y to me, but, I'm not a vet, so, okay. Anyway, here's some painkillers. This will help. If she's not better in a couple of weeks, bring her back. Well, needless to say, a couple of weeks later, she was just worse, and the painkillers hadn't really touched it. And it was all in the middle of COVID, because it was 2020. And so we went. We never actually got a full diagnosis, because by the time we found out she did indeed have cancer, it had basically consumed all of her pelvis and most of her insides, and it was growing rapidly. And we were told she had 2 weeks to live. She only made a week. Well, it came at a really unfortunate time, because the company I work for were building out a data centre, and I was a key player in that, building servers. I had hundreds of servers to build, and a boss who decided that although none of the apps teams would need dev, QA and live on day one, that we still had to build them all for day one. So I was having to build loads of servers that no one was going to use in a hurry. And in fact, if I tell you now, we've still got some of them and they've still never been used. You can imagine how pleased I feel for this, considering that I was doing this in the final moments of my dog's life. And I was reassuring her that, come go live day, which was the day she died in the end. So 1 week into her 2 potential weeks, that come the go live, and everyone now had their servers, that I would give them the metaphorical finger and spend time with her in the garden, in the sun, because it was summertime, and, her last week would be very much all about her. So yeah, I was distinctly, exceptionally upset when waking up on go live day to find out that she felt that was her last day. And my boss, due to some stupidity, go live had been delayed by a couple of days because, let's just say, the firewall rules weren't in, and when they turned them on, nothing worked. Nobody could get to anything, including us. That went down well. But go live happened, and pretty much as I took the dog to the vet, and as I booked it in the morning, I told boss that I would be gone from 1 o'clock for an hour or so. I would return, but I would be in no fit state to work. But you need to do this. And he said, well, I need you to be here. And I went, and I just remember kind of breaking a bit in the meeting that we were having in the morning, and asking if he was going to come and kill my dog for me then. And it all went really, really quiet. And it was kind of like, well, are you? Are you going to come and kill my dog? Are you going to pay for it? Are you going to be there so that I can be here? No. then I will be there. And he was he never actually said anything bad about it, but that, it was that moment when the whole room went quiet and everyone looks at you going, did you just say that? Yes I did. Because he had dogs. My boss had dogs. He knew what was involved. And I'm a strong believer of you will be there for their last moment. You will very much be there. Do not be cowering out in another room while they do the deed. Do not. No matter how much it breaks you inside, be brave in front of your animal. Tell it, how much you love it. Be there, hold its paw. Be everything that you can be in its last moments. Walk out the door once it's over and cry in the car. Well, this is what I intend to do for all of mine and what I have done for all of mine that I've been able. I mean, Christ, even as a child, I had to put some mice down. Do not laugh at me. I had to put some mice down. I apologise. Ads will be here in a couple of minutes. But Exactly how it should be. They need to know that they need to go with as little stress and distress as you can give them. Because, well, someone once said to me, oh, well, I can't because it hurts so much. And exactly. One of the things that people say, oh, well, it shouldn't hurt if you're making the right decision. No, it should hurt. We actively give them the dying grace that we deny so many humans, which is that to let them go with dignity and not prolong their suffering. I literally do not have family. I have no immediate family left. My mother, no father, no grandparents, no siblings. I would die for my dogs. Literally. Oh, I'm not. You didn't meet them. Seriously, you didn't meet them. They're not the entire loss that they could be, right? Let's just leave it at that. Especially my mother. My dad a bit more, but even he had special moments, right? So, I loved my dad with all my heart. It's much easier to love him now he's gone. But it is, I love my dogs with all my heart. So do not be telling me that, it's only a dog. Right? I will take you with me, my man. I will take you with me. But as you say, it is the one thing you can do for your pet. And I had a friend who I went around to see her one evening, and her cat. Bear in mind, I used to be savagely allergic to cats, so I'm not exactly a cat fan, but that's just because I never really got to do cats because I was violently allergic. I'm no longer violently allergic, but this cat did not move the whole time I was there. Now, it was not a very friendly cat, so the fact that it did not move when I turned up, because I am a little loud, it was not a good sign. And we discussed, is this the end of cat? And well, yeah, in 2020, I used to get visited by 2 wild ducks. I named them. So you are not alone. And if I tell you... Oh, thank you for the follow. If I tell you that in 2020, Bert and Gracie the ducks... I tend to talk more than I do a lot of lace making, though, I have to admit. Let me count out some bobbins, because some of these bobbins can potentially go, I think. 2... No, one more to go. And this bobbin's being naughty. And when I mean naughty, it's grown. As you can tell, it's kind of off the bottom of the pillow. They come undone. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. The Bert and Gracie, as I say, were 2 wild ducks. Now, the first time I met Bert and Gracie was a beautiful moment. It was during 2020, and it had been a beautiful, glorious day, and I was staring out the house. I'll wait for the ads. because obviously not everybody has an ad-free time. It's getting a bit crowded. Can you shuffle up a little bit, please, people? Shuffle, shuffle. Thank you. Yeah, I know. Yeah, but can you imagine how annoying it would be to have a story and then... It's a bit like the old ITV adverts, right? Where they used to continue the film during the ad and you'd come back and you'd have missed a decent bit. Like, the grand reveal of the killer or something in a horror... In a whodunit movie, and you're kind of going... Or, who's that? I doubt that very much. Not to count. I doubt that very much. Wait for the ads. Because I just remember the number of times you'd watch something on ITV, come back, and the film would have continued, and you'd like, who's he? Why is he there? Why are they mad at him? We don't want to be doing that. The only problem is because it's 3 minutes, I can forget what I was talking about, which I am very good at doing. Yay! So right, back to the story of Bert and Gracie. So back in 2020, when the sun was out and we were all under house arrest kind of thing, I was upstairs and I looked out my back. Oh, sorry, I was doing something and I looked out the front and noticed 2 ducks having a walk around my road. Now my road's kind of an upside down T-shape, so there's like a flattish bit, well it's a bit curved, but it's flattish where I am, and then the kind of road leads away from me. And these ducks kind of wandered in, walked across the road, had a look at next door, kind of went, no way out, and wandered off up the road. And I was kind of like, that's a bit weird. Didn't think too much of it. A little while later, I was upstairs, and I looked out the window over to the back, because there's a field behind me, and lo and behold, those 2 little ducks had wandered off, and we're now coming back round. So if I try, I would draw, but I can't really draw for the love of me. But my house is here, next door's here, and we're facing this way. So the road goes out, going downwards, right? So the house is here. I wish I had some objects to use, but nothing I've got suitable. So they'd walked out the end of the road, gone round like the house right at the top. Thank you, Loch Nessa. Thank you very much. They'd walk round, they'd then gone down through the track, down to Mrs. who lives out back and is really annoying. They'd walked all the way down here, all the way round, and were now coming all the way round behind the houses. So, that's got to be the equivalent of like a farm-mile walk for little duck legs, right? Because, to be honest, if I was to go and walk that now, it would take a while. Now, the road's not hugely long, and it's not exactly that far. But it's far enough. And if you've got stumpy little duck legs, that's really far. So, they'd walked all the way round, and were now coming out and headed back to go to the lake, which is kind of over here, right? Where they obviously started. And there was one little white one and one mallard. And the little white one was off in front, followed kind of like this by this mallard kind of who's going, oh God, are we not home yet? I mean, I know we tend to anthropomorphise animals, but it screamed old granny with handbag, the one that kind of bunches her boobs up, got her handbag, she's off on a mission, right? With husband in tow. And you can almost hear her cracking at him going, Bert, will you hurry up? Hence they got nicknamed Bert and Gracie. And I nicknamed them then and there, right? Anyway, it was a pleasurable thought. I watched them out the window and kind of giggled as I had this picture of Bert, Gracie telling Bert to hurry up, Anyway, a little while later, a few days later, they were in my garden. So I went and got a bit of birdseed and chucked it out for them because, they'd come all this way and all the rest of it. And, because, no offence, even the walk from the lake's got to be a fair walk it's got to be equivalent of a mile with duck legs, right? So I put out a little bit of birdseed, not a lot, and they kind of pecked away and were very happy. Thank you very much. Quack, quack, quack. And a little while later, they wandered off. So I thought, well, and then they came back the next day. And it became a regular thing that every day they used to come and see me. So because it was... They do love frozen peas, only I do not. Anyway, I put out some water because it was really, really hot. And I made sure that, I kept an eye out. And I even put up a little camera so that I could tell if the ducks were here. But during the summer days, obviously the window was open. And I'd hear them because they'd be quacking and I'd hear them arrive. And it got to the point where they would come multiple times a day to come see me. And it didn't matter whether I fed them or not. They came multiple times to see me. They'd come and sit in my garden, have a bit of a snooze, They felt very at home. So I came really attached to Bert and Gracie. And when Fiona was doing her final trips to the vet kind of thing, right? I remember one time being at the vet with Fiona and getting an alert on duck cam and thinking, crap, this puts me in an awkward situation. Because Bert and Gracie would run towards me on hearing my voice. Well, if I've got the dog, ducks and dog, not potentially good combination. And they normally stopped just outside my front door. Well, I didn't have keys to the gate because the gate's locked and you can't unlock it from the outside. I didn't have the garage keys because, well, I don't need the garage keys. I don't put my car in the garage. So, well, how do I get the dog inside and not have the ducks eaten by the dog? Anyway, I told the ducks to stay still and they looked at me a bit funny because obviously they don't speak English and all the rest of it. But I did manage that the back... I suddenly remembered that I hadn't actually locked the back gate. So I put the dog out through the gate, said hello to the ducks, went in, let the dog in, and then came out and spent a bit of time with the ducks. Now, as you've already determined, I was kind of upset when Fiona died because, well, it's a very tragic and very short, was a bit quick and, I did my thing. I was there. We did all of that. And suddenly Bert and Gracie didn't come to see me one day. And I was a little bit concerned because, there had been a couple of days where they'd skipped it and then they'd come and then I remember one time Bert was looking real kind of second hand. And I was like, that's all right. But anyway, he seemed quite content and he cheered up and his feathers, recovered a bit. And so I, assumed that he'd got in a fight with someone. Were you looking at my bird kind of thing, maybe. Anyway, on this particular occasion, so this is like the same week Fiona died, post went up on the local Facebook group. Mr. Fox has eaten one of the ducks. Now, there are a couple of pondy things around here and multiple ducks. And I wrote back, which ducks? Which pond? Nobody responded. And then my neighbour, and I was kind of like, did you see the thing about the ducks? Do you know which ducks? And she went, I didn't have the heart to tell you. It was Bert. Bert had been eaten by Mr. Fox. Gracie never came again. And moreover, as if that was not traumatic a week enough, now having lost Bert and Gracie, as well as the dog, the family of hedgehogs who also used to come to my front garden, along with rabbits and Mr. Fox, next door accidentally managed to run over Mrs. Hedgehog. It was not a good week in our road. It was a very sad week in our road. For we are all animal lovers here. And yeah, I managed to run over the hedgehog. So it was a trying week, but the day that Fiona died, and some would consider this somewhat quick and heartless even, I approached a charity saying, I'm a bit dog short, what have you got? Because I know that the process is not a quick process, so, and I didn't want Maddie to be on her own, which she now was, because she'd had cancer of everything for like 4 years, and the vet, and what I hadn't realised until 1 year was the vet went, we only expected her to live 6 months. Well, you didn't freaking tell me that, and you obviously didn't tell her that, because she's still going. So, I didn't really want Maddie to be on her own, because she was old, and she wasn't used to being on her own. She was used to having someone to talk to. So I put out the feelers for dog. And the lady from the charity that I reached out to, phoned me up and kind of like, well, we've got a lurcher. I can do lurcher. Yeah, I can do lurcher. I do not have favourites. I have ones I'd rather not. So no hairless chihuahuas and, kind of thing. I do like my dogs to be dog-sized, by preference. Anyway, I've got a lurcher. Okay, I could do lurcher. We've got a German Shepherd. Okay, I could do German. We've got puppies. What? You've got puppies. What do you mean you've got puppies? And she sent me a picture. She sent me a picture of Amy and Rory when they were kind of this kind of, I know, not even hand to elbow kind of distance, as I realised I can't get enough of my arm on camera, right? They were quite small. And in fact, given the timing, they would have been 3 weeks old, 4 weeks old. Now, I haven't got the photos on my PC. I've got them on my phone. So I'm going to do a real boomer job here. I apologise. But if I come out of that and I go... this was Fiona, by the way. Let me hold that. No. Don't be changing it. Where was that lovely picture of Fiona that you were just showing me? Oh, there you go. I will show you that one. So this was Fiona. When I first met her, because I got her from Tesco's, as you get all dogs from Tesco's, don't you? She was supposed to be a German Shepherd. That's not a German Shepherd. First of all, that's a Belgian Shepherd colouring. And secondly, she was a collie. She was a collie with Belgian Shepherd fur. She was very fluffy, but she was not a huggy dog, which was a bit of a shame. Anyway, let me see if I can find the early Rory pic. Hang on. No, you're not going to show me that way. But you're going to... Okay, let's do this. I swear Apple make this. There used to be a search option, and I used to get dogs. Pin collections, memories, tips, media types, titles, albums. Don't suppose you've got dogs in any of these? No. Dear God, I don't want myself as a wallpaper. Why the hell would I want that? There used to be pin collections. No. Search. There we go. Dog. Right, let me do it this way because this is going to be the quickest way to do this. So these are the pictures. This was Rory. Okay, little tiny puppy being all cute on someone's hand. And this was Amy. And I looked at these pictures. Bear in mind, you cannot see anything of noticeable value in there, other than dog, obviously. I looked at those, and I saw the little brown one and went, that's a girl, and she's going to be a little cow, and she's going to be into everything. The black one's a boy, they're brother and sister, and he's going to help. And I wrote back to her and went, that's brother and sister, right? And the lady kind of went, how the hell did you know that? And I went, can I have both? And she went, yes. So I had both. I decided to get two because Maddie was not long for this world. She'd, she'd been dodging the Grim Reaper for a while. So it was, I thought it would be good because then obviously should Maddie maybe not even make it, a few more months because, sometimes dogs go when other dogs go, if you know what I mean, a bit like people do. So, just in case, have a spare. What I didn't realise at the time of seeing those photos, because how could you refuse those photos, right? They were not in this country. We have thousands of dogs in shelters being killed because there are no homes for them. I would not have imported dogs if I'd known up front that they were not here. However, I got puppies. And of course, by the time I'd got puppies, named them, planned for puppies, and then found out that they're not here, well, it was too late. I'd named them, and, well, they're mine now, right? Even though, of course, I hadn't paid or anything at this point. They're still mine. I booked them. They're mine. Now, of course, I had to wait till they were old enough to have their jabs. They then had to wait another month before they had their rabies shots so that they could travel. And when they finally came, I would never do this ever again, given the chance. No matter how cute, no matter how needy, and how deserving they are of a good home, I would not want this on anybody. On the Thursday, they were put in a van with a bunch of other dogs in a crate. Now, admittedly, they shared a crate together because you try separating these two apart. They stayed in that crate till 4 o'clock Sunday morning. They were not let out for the toilet. They got fed, don't get me wrong, fed and watered. But they were not let out of that crate till 4 o'clock Sunday morning. When they got here, they reeked because, of course, they were not on the top bunk, they were in the middle, and God help the people who had the dogs at the bottom rung. They knew no words of nothing. They hadn't been given their names, even though I'd named them like day one. So they didn't respond to anything. They were in a foreign country with people speaking foreign words. Admittedly they had each other, but I bought a pen. I bought stuff to make a pen in my sitting room so I could put them in there to limit any potential damage should I need to leave the room. They screamed. Utterly, that they still can't go in crates at the vet. When I had them neutered, because they had not been neutered yet, when I had them neutered together on the same day, even though I knew this was going to be a nightmare for me. 2 dogs with cones on. Dear God alive, there is nothing worse. I mean, 1 dog with a cone on's bad enough. Normally at our vet, you take them up for 8 o'clock in the morning and you wait your turn. They take your dog away from you and go, thank you very much. We'll be in touch this afternoon to let you know how it goes. That's fine. I got a phone call 1 o'clock. I assumed to tell me how it was going to do. Come and get your dogs. Well, I'm working. Okay. Is there a problem? Yeah, you need to come and get your dogs. And I was a bit, okay. I wasn't quite, because the person because there was going to be 2 dogs in the car and, potential cones and all of that kind of stuff, I'd arranged for someone to help me. Well, someone to help me was at work and couldn't come. And I asked my neighbour if there was any chance they could help me, and they were very kind. They moved some meetings, and one of them kindly helped me go and get my dogs from the thing. So they drove, so I could sit in the back with them, because obviously I know them better. When we got to the car park, I knew why I had that phone call. We could hear them screaming from the car park. And the car park is not an insurmountable car park. It holds like 50-something cars, right? I could hear them screaming. Because they were wide awake. And they'd come round. And they were probably in separate crates. They were in a crate. They were screaming. And it was really off-putting for everybody else. Well, imagine how they felt, So, obviously I came and I brought them home. And the rest is kind of history. But they cannot. I mean, I used the bits of the pen that I have for various portions of my house. So, in the room I've got my weaving loom in. I have it so that I can open the door on a really hot day to get a bit of fresh air in, but the dogs can't be trying to run through the middle of my loom to get out, because, well, that's a thing. And, it allows me to have some air, but not a dog highway. So they then don't, they had a bit of a sniff, spotted the thing, they now don't go near it. I've got a bit protecting the wall socket of the phone, so they don't accidentally chew, sit, fling, whatever on top of that. Because my internet's dodgy enough without that. So yes, it's definitely been a trial. But one of the biggest problems I had was that because they were so overwhelmed, I couldn't tell them not to do things. And one of the things that I could not overly tell them not to do was pee in the house. And because... Oh, thank you! Thank you for the follow, Cat Lady Fun. So, in the early weeks, my hall carpet took a bit of a beating. And, well, it's never quite been the same since. But they're good puppy dogs now. They're going to be 5 this year. I think that's the scariest part of all, is they're going to be 5 this year. Doesn't feel like 5. Really doesn't feel... But, they obviously, while they found them incredibly young, because they worked out they were born on the 24th of June. Fiona passed away on the 1st of August. So they were, 5 weeks old? maybe 6 tops in those first photos. I do have somewhere pictures of them, I think the day they were found, and they were literally little tiny beans. They were less than a width of a step. So they were literally days old at most. But something happened while they were in the shelter in Romania. And I don't know what it was, but something happened to Rory. And he suffers greatly for it. And the only words for it is PTSD. In that, when he's asleep, like he is now, I can pat him if I need to. I can talk to him. I can say hello. I can stroke his head. I do tend to let my dog sleep and lie, but, you know, if he's fallen asleep and I touch him, it's not generally a problem. However, if he's asleep and you move your foot in bed and you touch his bottom, something needs to die. Usually his sister. And there was one on stream. He was asleep, and I don't know, maybe she wagged her tail in her sleep or something, touched his bottom and set him off. And he went to kill her while I was streaming. And I'm in the middle. And the only thing I could do was lean back and pin him to the couch. I have been bitten a few times now. I've been bitten a couple of times. I've also got scratches. It looks like I had a go with Wolverine. Rory is very sensitive about his paws. I've had a couple of dogs who have been really funny about people touching their paws. Rory is, quite trusting in me. But one day I was holding his paw, which is quite good for Rory, and there was like a little lump of dirt on his claw, and I went like that to move it. I got scratched. So I got scratched, and it looked like I've been having a fight with Wolverine. And it's not his fault. He has never deliberately hurt me. But he was trying to get away, and in trying to get away, he scratched me, and that's what it looked like. And I mean, you can't really see it, but I've got a kind of a funny mark here. He didn't break the skin, but he broke the flesh underneath it, so I've got a scab there. I've got a dent much further up my left arm from there was some death battle, and I put my hand up. The thumb was I put my hand up to defend him because I did karate. I tucked my thumb in like that, but of course the thumb's his side, but it means that should you strike it, the thumb's got backing. Well, of course, it also meant my hand was in the way of his face and protecting mine, so the teeth went in the thumb. He was going for his sister. The one in my arm, he was going for his sister. Again, I put my arm up, but this time a bit more of the fleshy part of my arm got in the way. I didn't stop bleeding for 24 hours. Oh, that was quite a good one. But I don't blame him for any of it. None of it was him going for me. He was not trying to hurt me. And now he's older. He has occasionally started some of his death shit, and I've kind of gone like almost the cough and what are we doing? And if I say stop, he does. So he is. And there was one time when I did something and I touched him and I was awake and I watched it unfurl in front of my very eyes. He was sleeping on the pillow next to me, and well, there was frankly not enough room for me. And I touched his backside to kind of say, oh, you need to move over. He went to go for me, saw it was me, and immediately did, oh, shit, sorry, my bad. I didn't have to say a word. So I know that he understands that it is not the done thing. You do not bite the mummy. And he, as I say, he has never deliberately tried to hurt me or any other human being. His sister, well, they're siblings, of course they do. And, sometimes it is, till the death. There was one occasion that was a little out of hand. Now, death battles from siblings always sound quite impressive. Yeah, but there was one time where I put down my bowl because there was a bit of pasta sauce in the bottom, and it's a done thing in my household that, you know, if I don't eat it all, I will share. Well, on this occasion, it literally was like 2 licks of pasta sauce. It really was pathetic amount of sauce. Next thing I knew, there was a death battle. But it was not just a death battle. There was this death battle, and it was quite a serious one. And, you know, I threw a cushion at them and screamed at them, and they kind of and got in the middle and stopped it. And she was kind of like, oh, I don't know what happened there. And Rory was kind of going, Then there was round 2. And this got, you know, and it was kind of like, seriously, dudes, can you quit it? Smack with the cushion. You know, kind of, can we stop? And it stopped. And, you know, she was, because she had started that one. And God help me alive, there was round 3. Well, but there was round 3. And it was kind of like, dudes, you're not fighting over half a raw beef here. We are talking 2 licks of, frankly, slightly underwhelming pasta sauce. You know, we're not fighting over the crown jewels here. What are you doing? But there was some blood on that occasion. She limped. He limped. But as you say, there's not a lot you can do. But this is what siblings will do. Siblings will tend to get a little over excessive on some things. And it was, you know, it was obviously a culmination of a "did you eat my dog biscuit" kind of, you know, 3 weeks ago you said this kind of moment. But it was quite disturbing. And well, it's one of the only reasons I still have a car. Is in case of we do death battle, and someone is in need of vet treatment as a result. Now, when I said there was blood, there was blood. But it was, you know, a scratch that was bleeding rather than, you know, pulsating gapingness. But, you know, it can so easily go very, very wrong. So we do keep an eye on them. We don't tend to have too many battles anymore. But there can still be, you know, a bit of a Rory screw you moment. Because obviously in the last 6 months there's been one. And that is the problem, is that it can go, and even if it's not intentionally bad, it only, I remember the time when my ex-husband bent down to do something with the dog, and the dog jumped up. Well, the dog jumped up, broke his nose, knocked him, he then kind of went, "Is my nose broken?" We went, "Yes." He then set his nose and promptly passed out, and when he woke up, there were like 3 dogs and a human looking at him going, "You alright?" You know, it can go so wrong very quickly. And so I do not encourage them to battle, obviously. But at the same time, sometimes, I mean, it's a bit like children. Sometimes well, this is the thing. Sometimes they're all both asleep, minding their own business. The next thing you know, there's teeth and fleur flying everywhere. And you're not even quite sure how or what or who or... Because, well, you know, and even if you were literally looking at them when it started, you're still not sure who actually started it because it was just too quick. You'd have to have a slow-mo replay of it all to even have a faintest clue, and to be honest, I'm not even sure that would be enough. So they do cause stress, because I always worry about what if, for example, I've had to go out and they decide to do one of their death battles and get really carried away, and I won't know or won't be able to do anything about it until I get home. Now, admittedly, I can ring my neighbours and I've got cameras and stuff, but at the same time, you know, I've got to kind of look because, well, I can't have the cameras notify me every time they move because, well, all my phone would do all day is vibrate and sing. So if I've had to go out for work or, you know, or to the hospital or something, there's, you know, the best I would be able to do is ring a neighbour and say, can you go rescue the dog? It's, you know, it's injured, they've had a fight, But then you're asking quite a big thing of a neighbour to put, you know, a wounded animal in their car, potentially bleeding all over it. I mean, they're both dog people. Both my neighbours have dogs, so, you know, I know they'd understand. But at the same time, it's still a bit of a big ask. Can you take, you know, can you go into this where dog A has kind of ripped a chunk out of dog B? Can you take it down the vet and, you know, because of course they're not authorised to do stuff on my behalf for the dog, so, you know, it would get very complicated very quickly. And so I do occasionally worry that they're going to do something stupid one day. But I also think the older they get, hopefully the less likely that is. But of course, you also then get to the problem, if they get to the old and grumpy stage, well, then it can go on the up. You're just lucky that they won't have quite so much energy and vigour behind it as they did when they were younger. So, but old and grumpy can definitely also be a problem. Because if you add a bit of arthritis and a bit of pain or whatever to the mix of it all, and, you know, woke up on the wrong side of the fur today, and suddenly you've got quite a big problem. So, yeah. Having siblings is not always a good plan, to be honest, but I don't regret my decision. I have moments. We all have moments. You know, people who have children have times they wish they hadn't, you know. So yes, I do love my little pups. I love them most when they're asleep. For they are beautiful and lovely then. I can imagine. I mean, you of all people understand the joys that sibling adds to the rivalry factor. Because obviously, you know, but you see the same with humans. You know, if Naughty Cat and I would decide to, you know, have it out in the car park, either it goes one of two ways. One, it's not as serious as it could have been because you don't know each other that well. You're not related, and you've only got the moment to be mad about, right? You've only got, were you looking at my bird, right? When you have siblings, you have years of are you looking at my bird level of madness pent up potentially within. And, you know, it's almost but you took my toy when I was 3. Yeah, but you're 20, dude. Yeah, it like everything, it's almost I can't remember which movie it is, but it's the no one's going to kill my brother but me, right? Siblings work in both ways, in that one sibling is far more likely to want to end the other sibling, but only they can do that. You touch their sibling and you'll get everything they've got. So it is kind of weird how siblings, if you have a pack of rando dogs that you got, you know, at various times from the dog shelter. 1, 2, 3, 4. That doesn't look right. I've screwed up somewhere, people. How have I ended up with 5 when I should only have 4? I see what I've done. It's alright. It's alright. It's still good. It's still good, people. We're still good. What I did was I got carried away here in that... No, I didn't. This is the kind of time when you sit there going, I'm sorry, how did I screw up this badly? And the answer seems to be with ease. So you're not in the mix yet. But how come I've only just noticed that there are 5? Now, what this tells me is that somewhere back here I didn't throw a pair out like I should have done. Because I'm pretty confident that the inside additions are actually correct. Because to do diagonals, a bit like Lego, you don't diagonally traverse, you add one and take one to move over. And these bobbins are getting longer and longer. So you come out. Did I add 2 there? Because that's 3. This is where it went wrong. It's not that I didn't go out. I did actually screw up back here somewhere. You join the throw, which makes 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. You get a pin. If I could find the wretched pinhole, it'd be easier. You now go back this way. You get shorter because you're annoying, and you can be shorter. Helps if all your bobbins are roughly the same length, you know. It doesn't have to be military precision stuff, but when farting with bobbins, it's really quite annoying if you've got a really long one and some really short ones, because you end up almost with a bobbin versus string, and that doesn't really work. So you come out now like this, which gives us 3 here, which is right, and we add 1. We put pin back in. And then go back this way. And we pin. You come out and you come in. Now, that doesn't add up. There it is. So, I did not go wrong where I thought I did. I obviously managed to make 2 uniquely, brilliantly blending mistakes. And I've got... It's not muck on my glasses, it's muck on my eye. Something I also suffer from, which is why I spend half my life cleaning my glasses, which is why the coating comes off, is because I spend my whole time cleaning them, but it's not actually my glasses that have got muck on, it's my eyeball. My eyeball has generated its own muck, and of course now I can't see out my eye, but of course I think it's grime on my glasses, so I clean my glasses. So my glasses coatings wear out really, really quickly, and it's a pain in the butt. This is the least fun portion of lace making, is working out how you screwed up in new and exciting ways. The advantage of lace making is, of course, however, is that knowing what stitch you were making, unless you really screwed up, you can undo it as easy as you made it, because where you did cross, you now do twist, and where you did twist, you now do cross, and it undoes it all. So even though I can't actually see the twists from here, I don't need to, for they should be logical. I do seem to spend half my life adjusting bobbins. In part because it's a flat pillow, and when the bobbins get slightly loose, the knots no longer entirely do their job. Which obviously hampers things and means that things doesn't work out. I think, is that where I went wrong? Because I seem to have 2 pairs going in there. But isn't that what I said last time? So let's look. Let me bow my head in. So you go in there, you would go in that one. Which means, no, this is still not right. So, I need to go back up a row, because I don't think on the previous row I sucked in a new pair of bobbins. But it might have gone wrong before then, because that would still give us too many bobbins. Can you just stash it? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that's right. That's the right number of bobbins, which means somewhere I didn't throw a pair of bobbins out. Yeah. Where did I not throw a pair of bobbins out? Because I'm pretty sure I did. You've got bobbins, you've got bobbins. You've got bobbins, you do not have bobbins. So I need to go back a couple more rows. Because unfortunately you can't really frig it. So at the beginning of this row, and these white bobbins are getting mighty long again, I need you two and you to stay inside the stick, thank you. You come out there like that, and you go out there like that, because you, my friends, are the wrong bobbins. You should not have been in it to win it. You should have stayed there, so you should be in here. Sod off now before you get involved. 1, 2, 3. Right. Shorten these bobbins small because, well, bobbins are really good at getting longer. by themselves. It seems very rare that I need to make bobbins much longer. However, I spend a lot of time making them shorter because they've got too long. I mean, if you look here, there's this bobbin, and one's nearly at the bottom of the other, which means that if they ever had to do something together, it would make it really, really awkward. They don't have to be perfect, just close is a thing. So, you've now out of the way. You get a pin. Like that. 1, 2, 3. Yep. No. That's not right either. Hang on. You have bobbins. I need to add you for now, for this is the end of the row. And now at this pin, you go out and don't come back. So you now go in stick. So everybody now has threads, right? And you're at a funny angle, so I can't see the pin in front of you. Thank you. No, you still do not have oh, thank you, Wizzy Stitching. I need to get back another layer, dudes. Fuck's sake. As I said, sometimes it's amazing how you can screw this up. Because, well, technically it's not hard. But somehow, it is. So, let's go back more. And out of you see, I didn't add a pair of bobbins there. You are supposed to be out at this point. Stay out, get out my face. You're complicating matters. You come in, and now you get a pin. I mean, how many times have we done this bit now? Getting a sore behind. My poor bottom. Sitting on the edge of my couch is not doing it favours. Bottoms were designed to have blood in them at some point. Circulation is a thing. Let's make this bobbin short again. And you, please. As I said, I spend my entire life doing this. Alright. And now we put a pin in. And because you are the bobbins out there. Rory, my little man. You're going to fall off. You're going to fall off. You are. See, I can see your bottom's falling off. Come on. Come on. There you go. Oh. There you go. That's better. That's a much better Rory place. Let's pull out all of those. You don't need those. There. Here's a good spot for Rory's. Right. Right, you now come out and go in here. So you'd also think, having made quite a few triangles now, after all, this is triangle 27, that I would be really quite used to what things should look like at what certain points. No. No, I'm still really crap at that. Oh, thank you, Little Bear Remedies. Thank you very much. I appreciate all your follows. I appreciate all of you who are sticking around to watch me. It's nice to have so many people. I'm not used to having so many people. It's weird. As I get kicked by the dog as he's not comfortable enough yet. Thank you for that, Rory. Little Missy is fast asleep the other end of the couch. She is well sparked. Oh no, we are alive. Okay. I thought she was properly asleep. She's not. She's just being still and quiet, which is not natural for her. Very unnatural for her, in fact. Little Miss is a bit of a face hugger. So, like all dogs, most dogs have multiple names. While her proper name is Amy, her nickname is Amy Winehouse, for she likes to sing at everything. And she is the traditional kind of dog, right? So she'll have long conversations with you about something. 1, 2, 3, 4. And she likes to talk to ants farting in Nova Scotia, because there's no way there's anything in our road. And she likes winding her brother up and telling him that there's something big and bad that needs biting, just to make him move. No, she does a lot of that. But she's also a little alien face hugger. So if you've ever seen the Aliens films, she is the little kind of scorpion-shaped things, for she can be sitting on the floor, and the next thing you know is her belly is smacking your face, and she's hit you with the force that only a 20-something kilo dog can, when launching itself at your face, and she body slams into your head and sticks her legs round your head. She is an alien face hugger. This can be, but the problem is she's also ADHD dog. So by the time she decides she wants to come up for a hug, by the time 2 or 3 paws have made it to touching your lap, she's changing her mind and wants to go and do something else now. And then when she gets down, she remembers she wanted the hug, so she comes back on for the hug, but once again gets 2 or 3 paws up and then is off to go and do something else. So it gets a little trying, because much as I love her to pieces, it's very hard to love a dog who isn't still long enough. Rory, however, is a little nurse, so he takes after his namesake, Rory Williams, and he is a little nurse. The moment he senses anything is wrong with you, you will have his undivided attention. This can get a bit annoying, as any undivided attention can do, when you really, especially if you're not feeling good, like you want to puke, last thing you need is a dog in your face. But he is very attentive, and sometimes I know I'm not well before I know I'm not well, because he's being overly attentive, which is kind of weird. That's right, I had a horrible feeling it wasn't going to work out again, but no, it's looking good now. So he is my little nurse. He is Rory McPaws, because he is sensitive about his paws, but he is also incredibly quiet. For despite screaming, or hearing screaming more accurately, from the vets when they were neutered, it was only really one dog. It was her. Now, it's not really a problem. She is very vocal. He is not. He doesn't need to be, because she does enough for both of them. Now, he can't eat quickly, so I have to have special slow drinking and slow eating mats for him, because, well, they both have the same, so that they don't feel singled out, because we all know that's a dog thing. But they have special slow eating things because of Rory, because he will puke if he eats or drinks too quickly. That's fine. They didn't cost a fortune. It's a minor consideration. But when I first had them, I got through a number of months without ever hearing so much as a single sound out of Rory. I mean, not a grumble, not a whimper, even if you accidentally trod on his paw. Not that I tried to make a habit of it, but, you know, we've all trodden on the dog by mistake. Not a sound. Absolutely none. So we got to a point with giving him the fact that he had to have special eating and drinking things. It made me wonder if he had something medically wrong with him. you know, because obviously maybe his throat was a problem. So I booked an appointment to the vet, and I took just Rory. So I had to have someone come and sit with Amy because they're not used to being apart. Oh, ad time. Wait for the ads. Die, flappy thing. Right. Much as I'm an animal lover, flappy things are not my friends. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Stick. Stickity stick, stick, stick. Now we need you two again. So let's have a look. We need to cross you, and we need to cross you. So we'll do that before we forget. It was the thing. We are now 1 hour magically faster forward than we were mere moments ago. So yes, in your head it is still only 2:40, and in reality, it's sorry, it was 1:40. Now it's 2:40, even though time did not pass that quickly. Because I looked up and went, "Holy crap! It's like 20 to 3." No, it's not. It's 20 to 2 in yesterday's money. So. So yes, we are now officially summertime, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome the UK to daylight savings. For the next week, your brain will be screwed because it does not know what time of day it is. Yeah, one thing that my ex-husband can't stand is an inaccurate clock, and I refuse to change the clock on my cooker because my cooker's got a time on it. Yeah, I mean, I know why historically we do daylight savings, but frankly, it's more of a issue than it's more of a hindrance than a help. Can we not? Can we just adjust clocks by 30 minutes and then just not move them? Can we just do that? You know, can we not? I mean, don't get me wrong. I like the extra free hour in the autumn, stroke heading in for winter, when, you know, you gain an extra hour in bed and you wake up and it's an hour early and you get an hour's snooze. I mean, you know, feel free to vote for me for president. You know, I know why we do it, but in today when we have ready access to sufficient lighting at a reasonable cost, well, I'm talking a sit in a halfway house, so that way it's, you know, we'd still call it GMT. Just move everything half an hour forward and call it GMT. Done, right? We stay at GMT for we have the Greenwich Mean Time. You know, it's ours, we own it. But can we just stop messing with it twice a year? Because for twice a year, especially as not everyone does it at the same time. And by the way, for those who didn't know, there are actually time zones who only adjust their time by half an hour. Imagine how much more annoying that is, because it's not even an hour out. Now you're 30 minutes out. I mean, because you can't just wind you know, if you've got a digital clock, it's quite easy to go forwards or backwards an hour usually. But if you've got half an hour, what a pain in the ass that must be. So, you know, but we don't all do it the same weekend. It's just too, in a world where we are now so able to, well, there is that. I mean, can we just stop moving it? Can we just stop moving the time? Because, you know, for the last couple of weeks, you know, all of my American meetings are at different times because, well, they went forward and we have not. And then, of course, now they're all going to be confused because they think they're trying to be helpful, and now it's an hour out, and, you know, oh, we booked it at the end of the day. No, actually, my dad finished, thanks, you know, because we moved forwards an hour, you know. It is just one of those things, is that it becomes such a hindrance to everybody. I mean, I'm talking to you. I don't know where you are in the world. I know Nauticaut's British and should be in bed because, well, technically now it's nearly 2:45 in the morning. We should be in bed, not together, I need to point that out. For Nauticaut is a good couple of hours drive away from here. But we, you know, we're talking, having real-time conversation with people all over the world. It just makes doing that so much more complicated. Now, obviously, some there are many applications to assist in this, to help you work out when the hell you're actually talking about. Discord has something where you can stick in a time and it will put it into your local time, so that you don't have to post 300 different time zones and options to try and appease everybody. But an awful lot of places don't have that, and so 1 o'clock we're going to do this. When exactly is 1 o'clock? And you always end up with, well, in so many hours tomorrow from now, and trying to talking in relative hours rather than actual physical times, and it just makes life so complicated. So yes, I can't believe it's quarter. It's now counts as 2:45. Almost last time I looked at my clock, it was. I know I obviously got fairly caught up in sorting out my mistake, but even so, even I know it wasn't that long ago. But well, it is, and I wish so many other products did something similar. It is one of those problems, though, that it's like if I say to you that obviously tomorrow. Oh, my internet's farted again. Hang on. My internet farted there. It does that. But if I said to you, oh, tomorrow, I know, let's say I'm going to stream at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Well, that doesn't mean anything to anyone other than Nautical. And then you get into that, so that's like 11 hours, and a bit from now, and it just, everything makes it so hard, especially when I don't have an exact stream timetable, because while I intend to stream every day, sometimes I get to the end of the day and realise I never got round to that. And rather worryingly, this week I had 2 days of that this week. That was quite a bad week for me. Normally I take 1 day a week off. I don't kind of pick a day, it seems to pick me, but I end up, it seems, on average with 1 day off a week. Where it's usually, funnily enough, usually Monday or Tuesday kind of thing, because work's been crappy, or I've had a long day, or I didn't sleep, or a whole multitude of reasons, or I'm just really not in the mood. But this week I ended up with 2 days off. One was because there was a spontaneous test from a game that I really, 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 really can't wait for it to be a little bit more permanent in the universe. It's currently only in a kind of, well, it's not even alpha, it's so pre-alpha, it's ridiculous. They're not talking of early access until next year, so it really is a way away. But the game that they're offering and that you get to occasionally go in and look at, is far better than one of the games that started 10 years ago and I put fair backing behind and regret, because here we are 10 years on and it's still frankly unplayable in my opinion. So that one's a bit of a crock, whereas this one is the complete opposite. This one has never asked for your money, it actively refuses your money. The game play that is available, if they open the server right here, right now, the gameplay is available for many levels of stuff, and many hours of gameplay, and you won't have exhausted it, and they're not even in early access yet. So I have a lot of respect for these guys, and so if you ever want to play a MMO style RPG, Monsters and Memories could be your thing. But they threw a spontaneous test during the earlier of this week. Kind of woke up one morning, I think it was Tuesday, and it was kind of like, stress test tonight. Holy crap, going to be there for that. So I was, and so I didn't stream, and then later in the week, it just got away from me. So I had 2 days off this week, and yet I still managed to finish my triangle early. So not quite sure what was going on there. Not complaining, of course, because normally it takes me about a week to do a triangle, whereas, well, so far this week we're nearly, it's not a triangle and a half, but it's certainly a triangle and a third. So we're doing pretty well this week, because we haven't had tomorrow yet either. So hello, yes indeedy, this is bobbin lace making. Now there are many ways to make lace. You can tat, you can needle, you can bobbin, and I'm sure, well, you can also knit lace, crochet lace. But in terms of kind of, I don't know, frill-on dresses style lace, you generally have tatting, bobbing, and needle. Now, needle is complicated. Needle is really hard to get to tension. One of the joys of bobbin lace is, other than the 60 billion bobbins, bear in mind, there are more off screen. And this is arguably a small piece. Each pin determines where pairs of bobbins meet. So every little dot on here is where a pair of bobbins have met. So bobbin A meets bobbin B at this dot here. As a result, each of these squares that I make, bear in mind I've made 6, top right, top right hand corner, 6 of them, they are all going to be exactly the same size. There is going to be no kind of knitting tension issue. There is no going to, because, well, it's not going to not line up because you miscounted, because you're following the lines on the piece of paper. So from that point of view, lace making is quite a practical way of making lace. For you follow the piece of paper under your nose, and, well, it kind of happens. Lace making itself is not particularly difficult. Now, this is a style of lace called torchon. Now, torchon is generally what you start with as a beginner, but it's part of the reason for that is because it's really, really good at what it does. The stitch that I'm currently working on, which is this netting-y style, which is shown better up here where there are no pins, this is called ground stitch, and this netting is diagonal bobbins crossing. So this pair of bobbins, it's not like that. Hang on, let me put the pin in so that I can show that. Otherwise, the following statement won't be entirely true. So this pair of bobbins will run all the way across. They started here, and they will run all the way across. This pair of bobbins runs down this way. They occasionally change directions in other stitches, but in ground stitch, because they make lattice, it's a strong lattice, and it does not stretch. So if you make, like I am, a net curtain, the net curtain cannot deform because this will be solid, right? Whereas if you do, for example, Chantilly or Bucks Point lace, Trixie Stars, you must be British. You must be British. Indeed, Trixie Stars, it has been a pleasure to have you. Thank you for being here. And yes, at 3 a.m. we should all be in bed, but we're not. Well, I'm not. And I know Nautical's not either. So, vive le British Massive. For we are here. But it's been great to see you. I shall be back during the afternoon, hopefully tomorrow. So maybe I shall see you again. But yes, in terms of bobbin lace making, there are 2 moves, my friend. If you can lift a thing and place a thing down, you can make bobbin lace. 4, this is a good point to shout, there is cross. Take left bobbin over right bobbin and put it down. Or twist, where you take right bobbin and put it over left bobbin. And in this case, I do it for the 2. That's that stitch done. And then I get to do it again once I put the pin in. So I do cross, left over right, and twist, right over left. That's it. Then I've done that pair now, and then I get to do it again. And I get to do it again. And I get to do it again. And you get the picture, right? Everything in lace making is made of cross or twist. And sometimes you do more crosses, sometimes you do more twists. But with Chantilly or Buck's Point, which are basically the same shit, and the only difference is who invented them. Now, there is a slight difference. So in Buck's Point, you do crossed and then 3 twists, and then you don't close after the pin. So when you do like I have, I've just put a pin in. In Buck's Point, you'd leave it. In torsion, you cover it, which basically means you just do the same thing again. In Chantilly and Buck's Point, you do not cover your pin. But what this also means is that this no longer becomes a solid point, because you've done one so you've taken one pair and you've crossed them, and now they go on in different directions. It makes it stretchy. Now, stretchy is great when you think of, say, a choke for a dress. You want it to have a bit of give so you could breathe, for example. Or arms, you want it to be able to move. So for lace that moves, Chantilly and Buck's Point are great. They're also done, well, on a 60-degree grid, not a 45-degree grid. So this is a normal square paper job. Buck's Point and things are done at 60-degree. In part because, well, you have to kind of make them hold together a bit more. Now, you can do them on a 45-degree grid, but they look a bit weird in comparison to normal. So there are different types of lace, and basically there is a type of lace for everywhere that invented a version of lace. So there is one called Flanders, which is from Belgium, and sorry to the Belgian people, but what a dumb idea that was. For every dot here is a pair of bobbins meeting another pair of bobbins. In Flanders, it's 2 pairs of bobbins meeting 2 pairs of bobbins, which means that to do the dance around a pin is a lot more stitches. And at the end of it, I did a little test square that was a quarter of the size of this. So literally, it was this big. It took as many bobbins as this. It seemed to take forever, because obviously there's a lot more bobbins and a lot more stitches. Tensioning on how they work. So, in torsion, when you get to the end, you have a work pair for cloth stitch that just go, much like normal weaving is your would be your weft. It goes backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards. In Flanders, you don't do that because, well, that's too easy now, isn't it? No. If you need to do a diagonal like I have, the pair that went across would now dangle, so you can't really pull on anything to give it any tension and keep it all neat and tidy. The 2 new pairs that are coming in, one would dangle and one goes across. And so it's constantly changing who does the work. And now, from that point of view, it does mean that you don't have one long pair. So, like I've got my pale pairs that you'll spot. You can't really see them, but if you notice that pair's paler than everybody else. These are my worker pairs. Makes them easier to spot if they're slightly different. You don't get that in Flanders at all. Which also means you don't have to mass wind on one, because that's the one that's going to be using a lot of thread. But what it also means is you can't tension it without cursing, frankly. And when you're done, it still looks wrong, because threads go in and bend round and come out again, and then they come across and bend round. So that it just means that it looks really it means that the cloth kind of puckers and looks a bit shit. So Flanders was not a win for me. There is Flanders, then there's what's the name of the other one that's a bit like Flanders but not quite. Hang on, it's called Binch. It's French. I'm not French. Which is a bit like Flanders but kind of not, but is but not. Yeah, that one cannot and all. Then there's things like Idra and Milanese and quite a few where you make a little strip and you join the strips together. So in this, you would, I'd kind of made like the strip that does like the whole cloth stitch strip, then made the other cloth stitch strip, and then kind of made the filling gaps in the middle. That can work really well. That has many names for it, kind of got made that way in many places. But so many of the laces have so much in common. And yet, so it's really like that back when lace obviously kind of got invented, that they all went on a course, they had all met up on some mountain somewhere and invented lace. And when they went home, they each remembered roughly how it should look, but not quite how it was done. So then, knowing roughly how it should look, they each worked out a way of making it work. Hence, they're all really similar and slightly different. So, we Brits made a number of varieties. So we have torchon, we have Buck's Point, we've got Honiton, there's Bedfordshire lace, there's Ipswich lace or something like that. But there are also many commonalities between them. For example, Bedfordshire lace, instead of a ground stitch that makes this kind of netting bit, you do thin plaits between 4 bobbins. I really should probably shut the back door. There seems to be lots of midges coming in. Did I get it? I might have got it. Hang on. No, I didn't get that. I don't know where you went. But with the kind of Milanese and all the rest of it, as I say, they did something different. They work on thin strips, which is great because you only need a handful of bobbins. Now, for someone like me who kind of suffers from bobbinophobia, or I'm sure there's a proper word for it, but the fear of having too many bobbins and the tangles that ensue, it's quite a practical answer. It really is. And earlier today, I saw almost the answer to my problems, right? Let me dig out the link. Hang on. I'm going to do it again. I apologise for all the times I do boomer links, but it's on my phone and not my PC, so showing you it is distinctly more complicated. Now, it's not going to be a great picture, so I apologise profusely. But if you look... No, naughty cow, sleep well. If you vaguely see, there is like this lace pattern here, right? And it's quite a pretty lace pattern. And if I show you the other picture that's thing, this is more of the actual pattern. So this is what's on their website, right? They also want €110 for that. No. But in short, what you do is you make like lots of frondy things and then fill in the gaps with these plaits. And I was thinking how great that could look for a net curtain. Now, the plaits and the gaps would be a bit big. It's a bit longer than a net curtain kind of sized piece of work, mind. But for €110, well, it really ought to be. Frankly, for €110, they ought to come with a man making it for you. 110 for a pattern is quite a lot. Especially as, I'm sure Nautica won't mind me mentioning in his absence, that it claims that you'll have a unique item. Well, I've already seen a picture of 2 other people making it. Well, it's hardly unique now, is it? So, with all the best will in the world, I'm up for a bit of something, but that's a bit much. I'm not prepared to pay that kind of money for a pattern. But I like the idea, and to be honest, if I could get it for a reasonable price, I would have the pattern, and I probably would want to try and make it at some point. But €110 for a pattern, and bear in mind it's not in the UK, so then I'd have to get it sent to me, and chances are is it wouldn't. They don't send it. I'm sure they don't send it flat. Please God, do not. I hope they roll it. But even so, even if they roll it, the tube's going to cost a few bit because it's not flat, and so. They'll charge you decent for shipping, and I dread to think how much the shipping would cost on that. So I dread to think the price of that of getting it here. I will probably look and at some point. No, you're not just cheap. To be honest, it is a lot of money for a pattern. And I mean, we all know that if you've ever made your own pattern, bear in mind this is my own personal variation on someone else's pattern. So I bought a pattern and I went, that's not a bad pattern. I don't hate that pattern. It's just not what I want. It's in the right lines, otherwise I wouldn't have bought it. But I made their pattern, and it had some aspects to it that I didn't like once I'd made it. There are stitches called spiders, where basically you get loads of pairs, they do a bit of a dance in the middle, which makes a kind of leaf shape, that's the word I'm after, a leaf-shaped body, and it has legs. Now, obviously, that makes it look a bit like a spider, hence it's called a spider, right? Now, I don't hate it because it's called a spider, I just don't like it. I didn't like it, the idea of it, for a net curtain. Now, you can do some smaller ones and make some interesting effects with placement to have interesting effects on it, and I don't disagree that they can look okay. But for my net curtain, I did not want this, and when I did it, frankly, it looked like a botch. In fact, let me see if I can find. Hang on. Let me sort this out, and I will try and find said picture for you. It should be in here. I want. Oh no! Distraction's good. Distraction's good. I'm cool with distractions. I'm just trying to find you my original. I mean, I could do it a lot quicker on my phone, but I'm trying not to show you boomer pictures. Oh look, there's the pictures of the dogs. I didn't realise I had them on my PC. You could have seen a better picture. No, that's my one. So it's going to be before then. I really ought to have them in a thing of pictures. Hang on. Hang on. What's my picture folder? Nothing. Excellent. Let's do this then. So let's go find all the JPEGs and move them to pictures. And then we find PNGs and move them to pictures. Bear with me one moment while I try and sort some of my life out. Then we want. I'm sure there were more than that. Edge PDFs. Then scroll upwards. There's a BMP, but it's not that one. No, it's not that. Okay. I must have a picture of it. I know I've got a picture of it somewhere. Is that it? Yeah, that's the original one. Right. So, right. Hang on a moment. Let me go back to ABS. And there it is. So if I do this. This was the original square that I bought. So instead of the squovels, we've got like little kind of ovally holes in making the squares that go round, that go in between the zigzags. What you can't see clearly, but if you look in the middle where there's a big plus sign or a cross, there are like little bunched up bits. Those are very small spiders. But what you can't see so well, but if you notice, if you look around the bottom where you've got, so if you look at the bottom edge, there are two peaks in the zigzag, and in the very top of the zigzag, and then forming like a little triangle underneath it, there are three spiders. But they look more like three mistakes, but they're identical in each one. For they are spiders. But it came out remarkably looking more like mistakes. And with this in mind, because they were not clear, because they looked more like mistakes, I didn't like them. Now, there are multiple ways of doing spiders. There are a lot of choices. You can have cathedral arches, which give you almost like one of those string winding picture things where you end up, where there's a big hole at the bottom. The ones in the middle kind of got a bit wonky because of tensioning, but even so, the better ones still look a bit rum. Now, these were half-stitch spiders. They could have been whole-stitch spiders, so the bodies would have been a bit more solid. But to be honest, I just don't like spiders that much. So I decided to change it. So I took this and adjusted it and made rose ground where the big ovally bits are, and made ground stitch for the middle and ground stitch for the edge to simplify things, because, well, why make life more complicated than you need to? So from that point of view, I did make adjustments. But if you've ever tried to decide something from scratch yourself, we all know that it is not a quick and simple process. I mean, even converting that square to this took quite a while, because I need an even number of pairs inside this square, and well, there wasn't an even number of bits in the square, and depending on which way you move it, depends on how it looks, and well, that can look a bit funny, and so there was a bit of and of course, it's not like you can knock a quick one up to see how it looks. You have to kind of hold it in your head to a large extent. So, with lace making, if you were going to do a proper one, if you were going to have some trial and errors, well, it's going to take you quite a while. So with that in mind, I can appreciate that lace patterns are not particularly easy to work on. Unlike, say, knitting patterns where you want to add, a logo to it. You know what the logo looks like. You know how many stitches you've got. Much like cross stitch, you put the right colour in the right place. You either do or you don't. You can't really have half stitches unless you sew it on. So, you do your best. With lace making, of course, there is an awful lot of, there are, if you ever speak to Silver of Dragon, he's contemplating writing a book on spiders, because there are so many variants you can do. You could write a book on lace making spiders. But I wanted to make this, and I wanted to make it before I died, so I settled for what I've got, and I'm very happy with it. I'm not displeased with my choices, but I imagine that doing the pattern on that sheet, took a fair amount of time. So from a time perspective, I don't dispute the fact that it's worth a decent chunk of money. However, this is where I get frustrated, is that it costs you no more to make one digital copy than it does to make 1,000,000 digital copies. So if you think it's going to be popular, you only need to recoup your costs and, a bit of profit, because, well, most people don't do things for nothing. You only need to recoup those costs over quite a few copies, because you're not printing them out and sending them out, for example. Now, obviously, I think that one is a physical printed copy, but bear with me. So if it's a digital copy, then it frankly should be pretty cheap, because, if you work out that, an average pattern that you make sells so many times, well, then you only need to recoup the cost of that over, that minus a few, and everything from there on out becomes a profit, a huge profit. Sure, when you're doing printed copies, you have physical costs per item. So I can tell you now that a printer to print what looks to be, a couple of meters long pattern, you need a specialist printer for that. And they're not ridiculously expensive, but they are not cheap. And generally you see them in CAD firms for printing out blueprints and the like. So, and they're usually ink ones rather than laser ones and all that. I'm pretty sure you could probably spend a a hell of a lot of money and get a laser one that does it, but they're usually more pen based kind of printers. But even so you get the thing printed, and you know it's high quality paper, it's heavy paper. You've used decent ink because it's got to be fairly hard wearing. I laminate all my patterns, as you can see from this, because that gives them longevity and stops the paper wearing and stuff when you use it. So the paper that you use for this is the cheapest, nastiest paper you ever did see. Did I finally check it out? Hang on, let me look around my desk a bit. Did I finally check it out? Looks like I did, blimey. But the paper I use for this is like tissue paper almost. It is the cheapest, nastiest, recycled paper whatsoever. In part because normally lace making patterns are done on blue or green. Well, the problem is I tried blue or green, but the problem is the contrast between the white thread and the blue and green, while good for me, didn't really work so well on camera. So I went for a brown colour because I'm a beige girl. There's a reason. Actually, where's my avatar gone? Where's my avatar gone? Where did you go? Where's my avatar? Why is my avatar not on screen? It's supposed to be. It says it's all visible, but it's not. What the fuck? Avatar me? It shows it as visible, but I'm not. How weird. No. How weird. It was there earlier. Where did she go? Where's my... If I click on just me, it's all black. But there's supposed to be pictures. Oh, I know why. For the love of God. I know why. Hang on. You go into my picture folder. There she is! I will deal with it later. Dumbass here put her pictures was using her pictures from the downloads folder. So when I tidied my pictures out of the download folder, I moved them out of the way. Hurrah! Stupid me. Twat. Right. By the way, self-deprecating is me. I do it all the time. I learnt it from my parents, who were never pleased with me. So I learnt to get in first, frankly. Alright. It's right, for some horrible reason I thought that was wrong. Dear goodness, don't need that. Right. And I was about to do all the wrong things then. Let's move you around the corner. This is when bobbins get annoying, which is why, you know, I suffer from like bobbinophobia or whatever. I'm sure there is a phobia name for it, and it's probably got some really stupid name, because most of phobias do. But I suffer from, because, well, there is never enough room. Are you licking things, Mr. Paws? Are you licking things? Are you not supposed to be licking things? I think you're not. I do think you're not. Give me a pen. So yeah, I mean, €110 is a lot for a pattern. And while you need a reasonably expensive printer, again, you're recouping your costs over a number of reproductions. You know, it's not like you've got to buy a new printer every time. So, you know, it does seem a lot of money. Now, I'm not disputing that maybe a third of that isn't a reasonable price, even though that's still quite high. You know, you are buying a lot of expensive paper and you know, someone's time and effort and money. But £30, yeah, I'd pay that. 110, that's kind of on the no level. And I was really disappointed because, you know, I saw people making it. Well, they are, but I do have a horrible feeling that lace makers will be lacking in some of that, just because, you know, like that one, to have enough pattern copies and for it to be right, you struggle. So, for example, here in the UK, we have A4 paper. In America, I'm aware you often have 11 inches by something else, whereas ours is 11.28. So ours is slightly bigger. Therefore, if we print it and you print it, it's not going to come out the same size. Then, of course, you've got to do the patterns joining together. So you have to have some indication on, you know, way of discerning that you are joining the right piece of paper up to the right piece of paper in the right place to continue the pattern without screwing it up. And obviously over the PDF you would need to have multiple pages, quite a few pages in fact, that you then print and try and join together. Joining the pieces of paper together also inherently can create a bit of a problem with the pattern. And so from that point of view, while not impossible, you also would have things like, well, if you actually included the pattern in a format, so for example, as a weaver, you get a thing called width files. And width files include but if you think of, for example, as a weaver, if I buy a width file from somebody, I can now edit it. And nothing stops me completely trunching it and claiming it as my own, right? And so weavers as a whole are quite a forgiving group and don't tend to gatekeep patterns. Mainly because, well, you can actually work it out by looking at it. Much like lace, to be honest. You can usually work out the pattern by staring at it. Because much like this, there is a grid where bobbins meet, they do a dance. You can see the dance by looking at the threads. You can see the stitches, so you can go, well, I can do this. You can count this, so it's so many wide by this, so many wide by that. It's a bit like a knitting pattern. If you look really hard at a knitting jumper, you can actually discern the knitting pattern. You could count the stitches to work out how many stitches. You can look at the yarn and maybe work out what the yarn is. You then, cast on so many stitches. You can see where the decreases or increases are. So you could mark that on your pattern. You can, not that people tend to, but you can work out a knitting pattern by looking at it. Because, well, if you've got the item in front of you, you can do that. And if you had sufficient pictures, you could do that. So with all that in mind, it does seem really weird that lace making is a bit like cross stitch. Lace making and cross stitch patterns, even though for every cross stitch pattern you've ever seen, if you look at the end product, you can count the crosses. Of course you can. Unless you can't count, you can count the crosses and work it out. There's been quite a few comments recently in one of the lace making groups that I'm in where people have, they've seen a picture on, say, a video on YouTube and remade the pattern and made it. And they've been told off because it's a copyright pattern. Applying copyright to lace making is very difficult. A little bit like knitting patterns to an extent, as I said, because if you've got the end object, you can see how it was made and you can do it. It's hardly an invisible, brand new technique. So let's not be pretending that you can't work out. And I've just seen I didn't cross the pair. Oh, arses. Let me show you in detail. You'll soon see what I mean. Hang on. In a bit. Over a bit. Up a bit. Right. This is the kind of thing that annoys the crap out of me, because the only way to fix this is to undo the last 2 rows of what I've just done. Am I in the mood for that? Not really sure. So if you look here, this is a crossed pair, the pair cross, whereas this pair looked like 2 parallel lines. This pair did not get crossed. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if there are more than that, actually. Problem is the thing I've got on my screen for the camera is the size of a peanut. Yeah. That's the only one. I don't really want to... Mummy, I don't want to go back and fix it. I don't really want to go back and fix it. I really, really don't. Grumble. Let's put you back to normal. Well, what I will do is I will say once I fix this, I'm going to go to bed. Thank you, it's Kara. Thank you for the follow. Something's not like that. Unpicking pins is risky business, because when you put pins in, they hardly ever go in dead straight. So when you come to pick them out, it's really easy to pick out the wrong pin. Now, you can put pins back in. Well, thank you. To be honest, it is 3 o'clock in the morning now, given we've hit daylight savings. So, it is, but I do try and stream. You can. You see, in my mind, that is the right answer, because, as I said, you can look at it and work it out if you really, really wanted to, right? You are almost, if you buy a pattern, you are pretty much buying it to save you the effort of working it out. I tend to do this at this time so that people in other time zones have the opportunity to come see. Now, to be honest, I am not a big streamer. I have the most people on my stream today than I've ever had, right? Mainly because I got raided by someone who had a hell of a lot of people, right? I don't normally have a lot of people. I don't normally break double digits. And that's fine. Because to be honest, I am not streaming this for you. I am streaming this for me. For I have an odd brain cell, and my brain cell really, really needs to shut up, is the short answer. So, I haven't explained this yet on my stream today, so this is, going through this is not a big problem. I have an odd brain cell. It wakes up randomly and makes demands of me. So, years and years ago, for example, it woke up one morning and went, I want to crochet. I'm sorry, brain. You don't know anyone who crochets. You've never crocheted. You've never known anyone who crocheted. What do you mean you want to crochet? I want to crochet. And basically it wouldn't shut up till I learned. So I did. And don't get me wrong, I really enjoy crochet. I did tiny, tiny, infinitely small amount of lace when I was a kid. And when I mean small, I made like maybe 1 or 2 centimetre wide by 5 centimetres. That sounds like me and double knitting. I learnt double knitting because I bust my knee. Yeah, work that one out. And I had insomnia and I had time to kill, so I started watching videos. I ended up watching videos of people doing double knitting, and my brain went. Now at that point, I absolutely loathed knitting, and because my mother had taught me how to knit, and it was all wrong, and it never worked out well because I did what my mother told me. And it turned out that basically her cast on, her cast off, and all of her increases and how to change yarns was a big fat whop. And as a result of being completely entirely wrong, all the shit that I made kind of, well, it never had a stretchy bottom and a stretchy top, which, you know, can be a real problem for things like hats. And so I never made anything nice. And as a child in knitting, I never got to finishing because I was too slow. And so I just never had any joy in it. But I watched all these double knitting videos, and suddenly I was like, I want to double knit. And it was like, but brain, that's knitting. You hate knitting. Yeah, but, says brain. Oh, fine. So I bought some knitting needles, and anyway, it's those kind of moments, right? But I have a brain that doesn't do the, hey, I'll make a pair of gloves. No. It's, I'll make a bedspread, right? Now, for years, following the double knitting shenanigans, my brain cells banged on about making let's call it a curtain. It's not a curtain, but we'll call it a curtain. A window covering of double knitting that was to be made out of yarn, frankly, almost this size. So it was going to be thousands of stitches. And it wanted to do it in a bit like the Japanese the Chinese blue and white pottery. It wanted to do kind of a mural style picture of a night time. It was going to be relevant. It was going to be of a night time. And, there'd be a tree and a cat and a moon and all this kind of shit. And, well, I worked out that it was going to be something like 3,000 stitches each side. So that's 6,000 stitches. That it would probably take me an entire day to do a row. And I told my brain to go do one because, well, I'm sorry, but that's a lot of time. And bear in mind, that was the shortest side, so that would be the length, because I have 3 window panes, so it was going to be for 3 windows, so that was for the shortest row, and obviously I'd have a heck of a lot of rows to do. And so I really was not kind of up for that, and I kept telling my brain to go do one, and it was sulking, and it sulked a lot. And then last year, my brain woke up one day and went, I want to make lace. Brain, we don't use lace. Nothing in this house is lacy. I don't do pink, lacy, frilly, or any of that. What do you mean you want to make lace? I want to make lace, said my brain. Yeah, I mean, I still have no want for lace. Now, the only reason I'm making a net curtain is it's the only thing of lace I thought I would use. I don't need bookmarks, I've got a Kindle. I like making bookmarks, but I don't need bookmarks, I've got a Kindle. I don't wear lace, I don't want lace doilies, I don't want lace thrills. Ditto. And so making a net curtain was my... Well, if we're going to make something, we're going to make something I can use. So I am making a single window net curtain out of squares, which is going to look a bit rum because the squares will show. So already brain is planning net curtain number 2. We're about to hit some ads, so I will shut up and I will see you on the other side. Oh, thank you for the follow. No, I got one more. There it is. You need to go back one. And you need to go back one. Here we go. So hopefully you're all back from your ads now. But yeah, I'm not a lacy kind of girl, and you know, I had this thing about making this curtain for ages, and you know, I never made it. But last year, my brain woke up with the I want to make lace. So, having made 2 strips of probably say 2cm by 5cm of a couple of stitches as a kid, and that's literally all I did. But I never actually finished the bottom of it. All it ever was hang a bunch of bobbins at the top, practice this stitch, right, chop it off, start again. And so I never learnt to finish a piece of lace. It was just not something I covered. So it's something I've had to teach myself, and it is something I definitely will say I suck at. It is absolutely my weak point. Starting doing, not a problem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't have a problem with that. Finishing, yeah, less good at that. And in fact, if you look on my YouTube channel, there is a time when I made a little green square that was, well, it's not even a quarter of this. It was an eighth of this. It was literally this big. Right, and it was made out of each of the 3 stitch types. For someone had suggested to me, because well, I didn't like how my drawings were turning out. I was not proud of them, and I really thought that they could be better. And someone said, well, yes, you could do this, and they explained it to me, and I kind of went, well, yeah, I can see that. I can see how that would look better. A bit like sewing your ends in knitting is instead of going through, because when you make a join, so when I get back round to this end, you pull out a pin, you loop one of these through the hole, you put the other one through it, and then you tie a knot. This is traditionally how you do it. Now, normally in lace making, there are no knots, but it is traditional at the end to tie a knot. But when you've got something that's so openly lacy, the knots show. Now, being me, and well, I'm not gifted with knots. Naughty Celt is the knot dude. Naughty Celt, by the way, also has a YouTube channel, and they make Celtic knots, proper Celtic knots out of rope, and they're beautiful. And at some point, I need to ask him to make me something, but and obviously I'd pay him for it. I'm not being mean, but my knots, I don't have faith in my knots. For I can take kind of like this indestructible knot and gently tug on it and watch it fall apart. And it makes no sense. And in fact, Naughty Celts looked at some of the knots and kind of gone, what the f*** are they? And that's how they tell you to do it. And we watched one, and there's a weaver's knot. And he bangs, the bloke in the video bangs on about bunny ears. And it's really hard to take it seriously and follow it because he's constantly banging on about bunnies, right? Now, I'm an animal person, but when you're trying to learn something, yes, it's kind of, do an explanation that's kind of humorous. That's great. But when you're trying to formally make an instructional video, please do a sensible one. Don't, do a comical one that maybe people could to watch and listen, and then do a follow along one that is professional, please. Right? And even Naughty Celt looked at this and went, I'm not even sure what Naughty's doing. And it just falls apart 9 times out of 10, and it was shit. I have found another way of doing it, which is a lot better. And it's not done in a similar way, but the video was like, almost like a 1 minute long video. Do this, do that, put that through here, give it a tug, ta-da, right? And it was a lot better, and it's the same knot. But that one works 99% of the time. It's very difficult to screw that one up. So that's what I do. But with these, you're supposed to do, I think it's a reef knot. I can't remember if it's granny knot or a reef knot, but basically it's 2 overhand knots. And I don't know about you, but if it's taking me 18 months to make this net curtain. Now, net curtains are obviously prone to the elements, especially if you open a window. They will get dusty, they will get dirty, and at some point you will need to wash them. The last thing I can mentally withstand, and I know this without even trying, is if I spent 18 months making these godforsaken triangles, if I put it gently in some water to wash off the dust and grime, and it fell apart, I will take a short walk down to the motorway and leap off that bridge. There's just no. After 18 months, no. Falling apart is not an option. So I glue them. And that's right, that was 2 ants in a row. Gluing is obviously not a thing that you're supposed to do. And I realised that, and I know that. And, well, I was super gluing them because, well, they were not going to be coming undone. I have now changed to some other glue. But this glue has an alternative thing. I have done this many times on my channel. And for this, you may want to listen carefully. Here's the glue. I'm going to read to you, as is written, the application method of the glue. Now, you need to listen, as I said, for there are some quirks to this glue. Pre-use. Pre-use what? Clean and sand the degum part of the cloth. I am reading it as it's written. Spread the glue eve nylon both sides of the crack. Don't use too much, one word, glue to prevent the glue from overflowing. After applying glue, align the position and paste it immediately for more than 20 seconds. Can be fixed with rubber bands or clips. Bandsaw is one word. For more than 24 hours. If it is a cold, that is one word, winter, the curing time will be longer. Please be patient. After using fabric glue, please sure to wait, one word, 24 hours or more for the glue to fully cure, one word, before using. The longer curing time, one word, the stronger the adhesive repair, ect, please wait patiently. As you might guess, whoever translated this from their original language, which I don't think it actually says country of origin on it, but I'm going to guess Chinese. From the name Sing Sen, I'm guessing Chinese. But every single chunk of text, even the bit on the front, the little green bit at the bottom, great for all fabric, cotton, flannel, denim, leather, dull polyester is one word, cloth and nylon repair and other materials. Right? This is clearly a bit of a direct translation from the original Chinese. But it does make me laugh that I am supposed to pre-use, clean and sand the de-gum parts of the cloth. I'm sorry, can you run by me that one more time? Please explain to me what those words were supposed to mean. I mean, most of it's guessable, right? Most of it's not unworkable. Basically, make sure that you've removed any previous glue, perhaps. Although for cloth, you don't generally glue cloth. Spread the glue on both sides of the thing to glue. Not too surprising. Don't use a lot. Once you've applied glue to both sides, hold it together. The longer you leave it, the better it will be. We get that, right? But it's the random use of hyphens and the lack of hyphens where you needed them. There is the sand. You don't sand cloth. No one sands cloth. I've never heard of sanding my fabrics. It is a joy to behold. But this stuff basically makes a rubber. It makes a clear, rubbery answer. So now I'm using this because it is waterproof for my ends. Because of course the super glue ones were hard and crunchy, and obviously being hard and crunchy, over time they could degrade. Whereas being a rubber and flexible, this could also degrade. But chances are is that you would, it's got a bit more flex to it. So hence I do that. But I am feeling fairly proud with my effort of the day. For I started the top of the triangle today, and I have made this top part. So I am feeling pleased for that. This is always a good thing. I have done a reasonable amount of my triangle of the day. So let me take the customary photograph, which will be on tomorrow's video, because I put it on tomorrow's video. I was originally taking a photo and putting it on the beginning as the thumbnail for my videos, but then it's, well, what's the point in watching it? You know how it's going to end because I've just shown you. So now I try to show you the beginning. Only numbnuts here forgot to take a picture at the very, very beginning of my stream. So I'm going to take this magic pokey device, which is basically, well, underneath here actually is a pin. The magic pokey device, I have a couple of pokey devices, but the pokey devices are very good for pushing pins down like this. Well, this is what they're for. Or it's what this bit of this is for. And this allows me to not accidentally pull out pins that I want to leave in, because I want to leave the edge pins in to hold its shape. I don't need to, but obviously, like for example back here, I left these pins in because tension for this when you sew them up can be a problem. But I have not left them in here because, well, once you've done this bit, that shenanigans is all over. So I can now use those to make this bit down here. So I'm trying to reuse more pins because the less pins you have to pull out at the end, the less sore fingers I get. I have a pin lifter, but pin lifters can damage your thread. So as a whole, I tend to pick them with my nails. I'm not really a nails girl either. But we have done quite a bit. So this bit, everything on this side of this line that runs all the way up the middle, this was already done. So this is the chunk that I've done this evening, and it's taken me nearly 5 hours. Actually, I'm not sure it has taken 5 hours. Has it? Yeah, it has. Blimey. 5 hours. And I've done this chunk. So as you can see, it's not exactly the fastest sport in the world. But it is my sport. For I love it. Well, I do enjoy it, actually. It's kind of a weird thing. I get frustrated with it, but I enjoy the outcome. You're about to see one of my weaving exploits. There you go. This was supposed to be tea cloth, but it's too thick. I didn't realise how thick it was until I took it off the loom, and I've got like another 15 metres of warp yet. So I don't know quite what to do with them. But this is one of my own designs. Thank you very much. Done on my draw loom. And if you wish to learn about my draw loom, you can either. There are my socials. So there's ! Discord, because Twitch can be bad at notifications. You can hold conversations with me there, obviously. But from primarily, its prime use is for notifications. I've also got I put on my threads and my Instagram links for you. I post all these up to YouTube, which takes a small lifetime because I've got sucky internet. So my historical things. So I mentioned I'm doing these for me, not you. Lots of this is because my brain has gone, yeah, make all the big things. I need my brain to remember next time it goes, yeah, make all the things. The cost of making all the things. And that some of it's harebrained, stupid. Hey, let's make a king-size bedspread out of, nothing. Of, human hair woven together or something, right? Let's not. It needs to remember that this is an 18-month project, and that next time it has such a cracking idea, bear in mind the end result is not going to be that big. That, I mentioned my little square of trying an alternative ending. That square took 4.5 hours to finish. The ending was better, don't get me wrong, the join was significantly better. But not 4.5 hours for like an inch better. And I degraded to the point of laughing utterly, truly, hysterically. It was the hysterical, should be in a nut house laughter. I was sitting on the floor, howling, and not knowing what to do with myself. I went insane in an inch. So, no, frankly, my sanity did not take that. And so it needs to remember these days. It needs the graphical video proof of all the times that I have nearly lost my marbles doing this, so that when it comes up and goes, hey, let's do the next one in one piece, which it is constantly badgering me to work out, and I've had some ideas, but it really wants to do one in one piece, it can go do one. It needs to know to go do one. Because it's like everything. It's a bit like, for anyone who's done sort of form painting and whatever, you will have heard of the phrase pointillism, where basically you make a crap load of little dots. Well, the quality of your painting would be awesome if you used a really fine pinhead, now wouldn't it? Well, yes, it would. But if you want to do a mural over like a 15 metre by 3 metre wall, no. There are just times when that's the only word is no. And in that slightly don't be so damn stupid kind of tone of voice, just no. And my brain does do that. So my brain is kind of going, hey, we can get almost the human hair width thread, and we could make a net curtain with it, and we could do it all in one piece, because then you don't have to join them together afterwards, and there won't be any visible joins. And yeah, brain, and you can go do one. You, brain, are insane. Leave me alone. I'm nothing to do with this. This is not my idea. I've always joked that many of us are closer to schizophrenia than than we would like to socially accept is true. Just like Naughty Cat mentioned earlier, that dog fights can turn from good to bad in the blink of an eye. A number of problems can be had. And by the way, if you've worked out that there is an error in my pattern on the table, you're right, there is. And I was cross with myself. But there is. So, bite me. But it is one of those frustrating parts is that you can be an inch away from depression because, of course, sometimes bad crap happens and you're really sad about it. This is called normal. Sometimes you're really sad about it and it really wasn't that bad. This is the beginnings of depression, especially when you stay there. Oh look, my internet fired briefly. We do find ourselves in these positions, and so sometimes it's really easy to judge people for ending up in a bad place. And as I said, I recognise that I dance quite closely to the lines of schizophrenia when it comes to a number of things, because my brain definitely does have two sides. It is the angel and devil on your shoulder. I have one of them going, yeah, and one going, no, God, no, right? My brain wants to do all the things. There is parts of my brain, the part of my brain, there is an inner me that wants to do all the lacy things, that wants to make, a net curtain that's big enough for my patio doors, that wants to make net curtains for all my windows, that wants to, make a big mural on the side of my bedroom wall or something, that wants to make a patchwork quilt, that wants to make a beekeeper quilt, that wants to weave. Well, actually, the last time I tried weaving it, that went really well, didn't it? I wove something and I didn't keep tension well, and so I ended up with the two halves, and they were both glorious halves, just not equal halves by quite a bit, and so failed to be the beautiful bread spread that I wanted, and my brain really hurt itself then. Oh, look, more dropped frames. Thank you, Internet. It is one of those things, and so I need my brain to have some video evidence as to some of where its harebrained ideas take me, because it doesn't remember those, for that's the half that doesn't live in the real world, and so the inner craft of me, oh for goodness sake, Internet, stop going up and down. We all have moments where you have this great idea of learning this and making all the things, but sometimes you have to have a bit of reality check. So these videos, and it goes up and down again, these videos are for me to look back upon my journey. Now, I welcome you all to travel with me, and I really, really do, and I enjoy having you here, because, well, otherwise I'm just talking to myself like a complete nutter, and, well, I know I'm a bit of a nutter, but it is truly nice to have people along with me. And so I really do appreciate the company that any of you choose to give me today or in the future. And, I've really enjoyed having you all here. I know some of you have been quiet. That's fine. I do appreciate a hi when you arrive, just so I know that I'm not talking to myself, because often there is not a lot of chatter going on. But it is nice to know that there are people out there, and that even if the word interested maybe is not quite the word for it, that I'm not alone, that maybe you're doing some crafting with me. It's nice to know that you're out there, and I appreciate each and every person who comes. And I know that I have adverts in here, and to be honest, it's not like I'm making money, because, well, to set up I needed to buy a camera, a light, a microphone. I actually tried using 2 different cameras before the one that I've got. I owned both of those cameras, but I had to buy them each something to try and do webcam type stuff with them, and then it turned out that despite both of them being quite expensive, so one was a GoPro and one was my expensive digital SLR, both of them actually only did 720, and the resolution was just too blurry really to be making a stream out of. So hence I had to buy this. Then of course I bought a Stream Deck, so I've got buttons to press so I can control a few things and swap between things, and without having to click all over the place on my computer too much. So I must have spent £300, maybe even £500 on setting this up. So the 2 payments that I've had from Twitch in the time that I've been streaming, which amounted to about £60, doesn't even pay for the camera. So I'm not in it for the money. I mean, if I was to become the next Asmongold, I'd probably die of shock, frankly, because no one's going to watch. No, not that many people are going to watch lace making. However, for all of you who do come, I appreciate you. You can find me on my socials. We have ! socials for you to pick up direct links for those, or you can find me on them. The same icon that I have here is on all of the others, although the Instagram one is the hand-drawn version of it, but it's the same shit. It's the same dog in the same pose, because basically I traced it. I can't draw photography, but I did draw it, sort of. I traced it, kind of. So yes, I do appreciate you being here, and I thank you for my journey today. It is 3 a.m. in old money UK time. It is technically 4 a.m. UK time. I'm going to take my sorry soul to bed. I will be on likely 2 p.m. tomorrow, round about then, 1, 2, 3-ish, depending on when I wake up and what I get up to, because I really should be tidying my house. By the way, this is a great distraction from tidying house, making lace, because... So yes, thank you all for coming, and I will, let me see if I can find someone I like to send you to. I'm not sure who's streaming, to be honest. How many of you are animal fans? I'm guessing quite a few of you are animal fans. Being animal fans and well, crafty people tend to be animal fans, so I'm going to make the hideous assumption that most of you are animal fans. If you have not been to the following the channel I'm going to put you to, that's okay. All the money raised from the channel goes to charity, and the channel in fact pays for the entire charity, so any time you spend there is in their benefit. And I want to introduce you to some good little friends. Hang on. Let me click on this. I shall see you another day. Have fun, everybody.